The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Grace Gibbs, the daughter of Dan and Johanna Gibbs. Dan serves as the Executive Director of the Department of Natural Resources. She attends Breckenridge Elementary School and is my guest today.
Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for liberty, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay with the speaker, honey. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabile.
Excused.
Armagost. Bacon. Representative Bacon.
Excused.
Byrd. Rep. Byrd.
Excused.
Bockenfeld. Bockenfeld.
Excused.
Excused. Basenecker. Representative Basenecker.
Excused.
Bottoms. Yeah. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. He's here. Catlin. Oh, Catlin's excused today. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Dixon. Rep. Dixon. Dixon's excused. Duran. Where did she go? Did you hear? Oh, yeah. English is excused. Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia. Rep. Garcia. Garcia is excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez, also excused. Hamrick. Hartsook is excused. Herod. Representative Herod is excused. Holtorf. Judah. Representative Judah. Rep. Judah is excused. Joseph. Representative Joseph. Okay. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Lindstead. Luck. Representative Luck. Here. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Rep. Mabry. Oh. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz.
Here.
Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Sharbini is excused today. Sirota. Sirota is here.
Excused. Oh,
Snyder. I got her. Soper. Story. She's here. In the back. Taggart. Titone. Valdez. Velasco.
Here.
Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Valued members of this great house, top of the morning to you. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 16th, 2023 be approved and corrected by the Chief Clerk. And colleagues, if you are wearing green today, and I'm grateful for the softball, if you are wearing green today, you must vote aye on this motion.
Thank you, Representative Frizzell. The motion before us is that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Rep. Weissman.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker, and happy St. Patrick's Day, members. Believe it or not, there is an organization called the American Irish State Legislators Caucus. Believe it or not, I'm a member of it. That's the other side of my ancestry. I just wanted to share part of a message sent to members of this caucus, which is nationwide and bipartisan, from the President of the Republic of Ireland, so sent by email this morning. Delighted to have this opportunity to wish all members of the American Irish State Legislators Caucus a very happy St. Patrick's Day. On March 17, we in Ireland come together in a spirit of solidarity with our global family, celebrating the rich heritage and culture that we so joyfully share. Our Irish-American family are a vital chapter of our story, which continues to impact not only on our shared history, but on our understanding of each other and the importance of recognizing that recalling one's heritage or respecting the ancestors gives energy to life in the present. Across so many decades, you have created an Irish-American community of which we are very proud, remaining loyal and generous to the land of your forefathers, and today continuing to ensure our culture and traditions remain alive and relevant amongst second, third, and fourth generations of Irish citizens. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Representative Basenecker.
Good morning, members. I hope you'll just give me a moment of your attention. We are pleased to welcome some special guests today. We have our Fort Collins friend and Larimer County Commissioner Kristen Stevens with us today, as well as scouts from BSA Troops 83 and 96 and Cub Scout Pack 91. They are here today with their leaders and parents, and they've been learning about local and state government, and the older scouts are working on their Citizenship in the Nation merit badge. Of course, they're very excited to visit us here at the Capitol today and see how democracy works. And my subtle ask of you all is that we put our best foot forward and show them exactly how well democracy works when we work well together. So if you'll stand, we'd love to recognize you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Did we leave a space here? Okay, this is our space. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So today is St. Patrick's Day. It is also the one day that the MIC Caucus meets. And I would like to introduce the members of the MIC Caucus who have kindly provided you with really healthy sugar cookies, and we're trying to pretend things are healthy on St. Patrick's Day. But we have Representative McNamara Young, Representative McLaughlin, Representative McCormick, and Representative McCluskey, all to wish you a very happy St. Patrick's Day, Valentine's, what am I doing? McLaughlin's losing. But we are also leaving a space here today for Representative McKean, who used to be a favorite member of our caucus. And today we'd like to say that he is here in spirit with us, and this was always something that he loved to do. And so we have a little space here today, and I want you all to keep Representative McKean in your heart. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, Hugh would be right here with us, and I appreciate you all giving us the time to recognize our special day. I tell people on this day in particular that I'm a McSkimming McCormick, and so I am half Irish and half Scottish, and I want to recognize my colleague from Las Animas County that shared with us today all the people that came to our country from Ireland. My great-great-grandparents were part of that move, and speaking to the fact that many of these Irish folk came here to become Americans, my grandfather was indeed one of those people that ended up enlisting as a private at age 32 in the Army and going to war in World War II, and gave his life on the beaches of Normandy, so that I never got to know him, but very much that story of coming to America and then becoming part of our country. And I wanted to just, on a little bit lighter side, but also I just think limericks are really fun. This is not super funny, but I just like it because it's a little more reflective limerick I want to read to you. This world gives me cause to be curious, for the meaning of life is mysterious. That we even exist makes it hard to resist the belief that our purpose is serious. And I do think that we are all here for a purpose. Sometimes it's serious and sometimes it's fun. So happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I just want to call out that you'll notice we are all wearing Sergeant Green today in honor not only of St. Patrick's Day, but also to recognize that all of the house is green, from our carpet to our ceiling, and our sergeants are an integral part of everything good that happens in this body. So thank you to our sergeants.
Representative McNamara Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As someone who is descended from a totally Irish background, all my grandparents came over on a boat from Ireland. And in that light, it is important for me to share a blessing with you. I'm sorry I don't have green beer to share with you for this blessing, because that is what my grandparents would want me to do. But McNamara means king, or as I say, queen of the sea. So this blessing is in that light. May your joys be as deep as the ocean, your troubles as light as its foam, and may you find sweet peace of mind wherever you may roam.
Yay. Yay. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So as the proud descendant of the Gallaghers, the Feeneys, and the Malones. I'm second generation. My mother's father was born overseas in Ireland, and I'm so thrilled to be able to come and share a prayer with you that my grandmother always had hung up in her house. So it's very similar to what Representative Young shared, but this one is the old Gaelic prayer. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and thank you for celebrating. May you all have the luck of the Irish today.
Representative Woodrow.
Top of the morning to you, Madam Speaker. Members, if it's St. Patty's Day, that means it's March 17th. If it's March 17th, that means it's a very special young man's birthday. Happy 12th, Brady. I could not be more proud of you. Love you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's not only St. Patrick's Day, it is Friday, so I need to make a little housekeeping announcement because we've slipped off of this Friday tradition. The famous Irish poet T.S. Eliot began a famous poem with the line, "April is the cruelest month." Now, we're not quite up to April, but if we don't get a leash on that fridge, down that hall, in that kitchen, the minute somebody opens the door on April 1st, or 2nd or 3rd is the first weekday, it is going to be cruel in there. So in honor of T.S. Eliot and the Irish literary tradition, I'm here to ask you to please, if you have something in the fridge, take it home or throw it out. Also, on behalf of our good nonpartisan staff who try to keep it tidy for us back there, please don't leave stuff next to the sink, vases, dishes, cups, whatever. Use the sink to clean up your stuff. Please take it back to your office. We're all responsible for keeping it tidy down there. Thank you.
Representative Lindstedt.
Madam Speaker, it is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, today is a day where we honor house tradition. I am wearing a jacket that has been passed from member to member, from party to party, probably since before I was born. And today, after many negotiations, a lot of tough discussions with many members of this chamber, I am pleased to announce that at the end of today, I will be handing this jacket off to Minority Leader Lynch. So at the end of today, he will come into the possession of this jacket for the next year, and next year he will be up here making a similar announcement. So thank you for your time.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This doesn't come without cost, without investment. I had put that investment in time into the previous holder of this jacket. We do appreciate the bipartisan nature that this takes. I'm a little concerned about the Irish whiskey that I got to go purchase at this point to the giver of this gift, but trust me that this is not gone unnoticed. I appreciate the tough deliberation we went through to get to this point, and look forward to accepting this. So thank you very much.
Very good.
I love it. Thank you both. Seeing no further announcements or introductions, Mr. Schiebel, please read the reports from the committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. House Bill 1003 is amended, 1008 is amended, 1012 is amended, 1036 is amended, 1067 is amended, 1183 is amended, 1186 is amended, 1206, and House Concurrent Resolution 1002 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 150 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1089 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1231 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1234 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1147 as amended and 1198 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 36 and 154 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders at 9:23 a.m. House Bill 1232, House Bill 1183, House Bill 1196, House Bill 1008, House Bill 1003, HCR 1002, House Bill 1012, House Bill 1186, House Bill 1067, Senate Bill 68, and Senate Bill 96.
Seeing no objections, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 9:23 a.m. Representative Weissman. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Weissman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, bills will be read by title unless there's a request for the reading of a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen up here and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader or Assistant Majority Leader, and the code rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1232.
House Bill 1232 by Representatives McCluskey and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning clarification of the scope of the authority of the Division of Housing to spend money for certain types of grants.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And also to serve with you. Please go ahead.
I move House Bill 1232 on second reading.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, House Bill 1232 helps us further address our affordable housing challenges in this state. It extends the deadline of a bill that we passed several years ago that has delivered more than 14 grants and $19 million to communities all across the state, urban areas as well as rural areas. By extending that deadline, we will also be able to further the ability for local governments to spend the dollars they've received through this grant program. Over 62 local governments have received $5.4 million in local planning grants, and we've provided a toolkit and resources to help our smaller rural communities build those housing comprehensive master plans. I encourage a yes vote on House Bill 1232.
Rep. Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Members, this bill passed out of committee unanimously, and so I think it speaks to the bipartisan support that we have around addressing the affordability of housing and making sure that Colorado is really leading the way on innovative solutions for the rest of the nation. And as such, it received national attention on some of those solutions. So I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1232? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1232. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1232 is passed. Minister Schiebel, kindly read the title of House Bill 1183.
House Bill 1183 by Representatives Judah and Sirota, concerning Medicaid prior authorization requests for a step therapy exception.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I move the appropriations and the health and insurance report.
Can we also
And
move
the
the bill?
bill.
Sorry, Rep. Sorta, can we just get a motion on the bill too, please?
Okay.
Okay, the mic is really soft if you're not close to it. To the appropriations report on 1183, please. To the appropriations report, Rep. Sorota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we added all right, well, we added a little bit of funding for HICPUF to do some administrative work in the amount, I believe, of $53,000. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the appropriations report to 1183? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The aye has it. The appropriations report is passed. To the health and insurance report, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment in H&I was simply to fix something that HICPUF and us as the bill sponsors had agreed to in the beginning of stakeholdering, so we just made sure that we put it back in.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the H&I committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the H&I committee report to 1183. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The aye, once again, has it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill is a continuation of some hard work we did last year, really making sure that patients don't have to go through step therapy if they don't need to, and extending that into Medicaid. This really empowers the patient and the docs to have further protection and advocacy during their treatment process.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1183? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1183. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. 1183 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title to House Bill 1196.
House Bill 1196 by Representative Leader, also Senator Sullivan, concerning clarifying that workers' compensation is not the exclusive remedy for persons aggrieved by violations of the Colorado Youth Employment Opportunity Act of 1971.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. All right, Representative Leader 2, House Bill 1196, and we have a committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I move House Bill 23-1196 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report from Business Affairs and Labor.
In committee, we added an amendment in the committee to provide greater clarity in the law and also to stakeholders about exactly what child labor violations this bill is aimed at.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee report from Business Affairs and Labor to 1196. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. All right, to the bill. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to speak about remedies at law for violating Colorado Youth Act. Nationally, the Department of Labor has seen a 50% increase in child labor violations since 2018. In just the last few weeks, it was revealed that a company responsible for cleaning meatpacking plants, including at a plant in Greeley, knowingly violated the law by employing children to work in hazardous conditions overnight and with dangerous machinery. Several of those children were injured. A recent New York Times expose found that some companies are increasingly targeting migrant children to fill dangerous jobs. It's clear to me that Colorado's child labor laws are not deterring some of the worst actors. We need to make sure that minors are protected when they're on the job, and all employers are taking seriously our child labor laws. We have those laws for a reason. The law recognizes that child workers are at a greater risk of exploitation, manipulation, and intimidation compared to adult workers. That's why Colorado's child labor laws provide additional protections to better shield child workers from harm. But if those laws are not deterring even some of the most egregious abuses, we must strengthen them in order to protect minors in the workplace. This legislation creates additional avenues to justice for minors who are injured on the job while suffering violations for child labor laws. If a company is being responsible and following child labor laws and an injury occurs, then this bill does not affect them. All this legislation does is create a very narrow exception that only applies to minors and only when both an injury occurs and child labor laws are violated. Most Colorado businesses take child labor laws seriously, and this legislation will not impact them at all. Who this legislation will impact are the bad actors who are intentionally violating the law and putting children at risk of injury. And I move Amendment L007.
All right, L7 has been moved. We'll give it just a sec to come into focus on the screen here.
And I ask that it be displayed.
Well done.
All right, Rep. Leader, we have the amendment up on the screen. Please go ahead to L7. Rep. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During committee, some stakeholders asked for additional clarifying language on the issue on double recovery. And that is the amendment I offer today, as I said, L007. The intent of the bill is to provide additional avenues for justice for victims of child labor violations who have been hurt on the job while being forced to perform tasks that are illegal or forced to work excessive hours that violate current child labor laws. But those child workers can't collect the same money twice. Under this bill, they could receive work comp for the injury, but if there was something else that resulted from that injury, pain and suffering, emotional distress, the child worker had 2 jobs, and work comp only paid lost wages for one of them. Then this other action could award additional damages. With that, after several weeks and months of stakeholdering, even after the committee, so I asked for an aye vote, so this amendment just clarifies that intent.
All right, thank you. Is there further discussion on L7? Seeing no other question, is the adoption of L7 to House Bill 1196. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L7 is passed. Back to the bill. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I hope you'll support this legislation to better deter child labor violations and give our child workers more means to get justice when their employer puts them in danger. Then we will no longer have to see articles like this in the newspaper. So it really comes down to whose side are you on, business or our children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1196? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would dispute that this is a matter of whether you're for business or for children, so the categorization of that, I think, is unfair. What we're for is good, sound legislation. The amendment that was just passed, that's great. It's to address double dipping, but we also have not had a chance to look at whether that does preclude double dipping. We've changed the bill. This needs to go back. It needs to have attorney review, and we need to look at it again. It's also not clear what this does for child employment, like I've got the kid down the street that wants to come shovel my driveway or mow the lawn. Does this cover the kid that's mowing the lawn? It's a serious question. Does it cover your babysitter? Anybody that you hire, they're likely going to be underage. And these are good jobs to teach work ethic, and they get into the market. But now we've gone into this litigation. Now, there is a point that I think is very important that the sponsors brought up, that there are businesses that are targeting migrant children. And that is a huge problem with the open border because it creates a permanently exploitable class. And that is something that we've tried to avoid. We've warned repeatedly about the open border. We've warned repeatedly about what's going to happen.
Graf, let's be a little bit careful and please keep it to the four corners of the bill.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was impugned by saying I only cared about business if I was in opposition to this bill. But I'm saying that I'm in support of babysitters. I'm in favor of the kid like myself who got a good start on work ethic by mowing lawns. I got a good start by babysitting. And this is all labor that is being done by children. And then it was the sponsors who brought up how the migrant worker children or undocumented guests of Colorado, those children are being exploited in dangerous situations, and those are specifically things that we tried to avoid. So I'm not sure where you're going, Mr. Chair, because it was the sponsor that brought up the undocumented immigrant. So, and the children thereof. And the problem with the undocumented immigrant is that it creates a permanently exploitable group of people, and that is unconscionable. So there are problems with this bill. It's not are you for children? Are you for industry? We are for children, but we are for solid laws that protect them and then don't overreach into areas that they should not. So I think there's a lot of good intent behind this bill, but intent doesn't go into legislation. What goes into legislation is this piece of legislation. And it doesn't answer the questions. We haven't looked at whether this does or does not solve the double dipping problem. And we haven't addressed the underlying issues. So I am for children. I resent the implication that I'm not. I'm not sure why that was not considered a problem by the chair. But I am opposed to this bill for the questions that it doesn't answer. So I would urge a no vote, and let's keep working on these things. The purpose of this bill is not to rubber stamp anything that comes out of committee. Ideally, we should be passing a lot less laws than passing all these laws that come through just because they've made it out of committee. Committee is the time that we look at it and we say, hey, we should talk about this on the floor. Talking about it on the floor is not rubber stamping it on the floor. I'd say this bill is not ready because it doesn't address those specific things. How would you address them? I don't know. At this point, we need more eyes on this. This should be a deliberative process. I would urge a no vote. I'm not saying I'm opposed to this bill. I think children should be protected. That has been a great thing, but we need to do it carefully. And this is not carefully. I urge a no vote on this, and let's get this language, let's get this legislation correct, not rushed.
Rep. Bottoms.
Mine is more a question for some of the things that Representative Graf brought up. I have no problem with child labor laws, but I did use my child as a labor. So what about people that mow lawns? What about kids that babysit? Some of the things that he brought up to the bill sponsors. I know this came up in committee. It had to have, so maybe educate us a little bit on some of that stuff.
All right, is there further discussion on House Bill 1196? Seeing none, the question, Rep. Bottoms, go ahead.
You guys didn't want to answer that? I'll state the question again. So what about all the child labor stuff that comes up with? I understand what you're saying about kids being used, specifically migrant kids. I've watched that happen. I've helped stop that stuff. But what about the kid that's mowing the lawn or shoveling the snow or something like that? Is this set up? Does this set up me as just a homeowner when the kid's shoveling the lawn? Does that change that? Are there things that brought up in committee that has to do with that?
Representative Leader.
Yes, the law is real clear regarding mowing lawns and babysitting. These are all permissible occupations for minors above the age 12, under 8-12-107. This bill does not change that. It's about the safety of our children.
Thank you. Bottoms.
So, under 12 is not included in this. I'm not trying to be picky. I'm actually asking these questions. If I have an 8-year-old, maybe a 4-year-old mow my lawn, is that going to be included in this? Does that hinder me as just a private individual? You're saying no. You said over 12. Just a neighbor kid. No. Okay, so, all right. I do want to submit Amendment L008 and have it displayed.
Rep. Bottoms, for the record, just please move the amendment.
What did I?
Just say, please, I move.
Okay, move the amendment. I'm sorry, that's what I thought I said.
All right, very good. All right, one sec, we'll get it up on the screen here. Okay, in focus, Rep. Bottoms to the amendment.
And this is basically just to the safety clause again. This is not particular to this bill. I just don't agree with the safety clause being used so much. And I think we just kind of have a natural reaction to use the safety clause. And I'd like to strike the safety clause. I don't see an emergency with this bill. I don't see something that has to take place tomorrow. We already do have child labor laws on the books. So if those are being broken, this doesn't change the fact that somebody is going to break those, so there's not an immediacy. So I would just like to move that this amendment would bring it down to a petition clause. So I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L008. Thank you.
All right, the question is the adoption of L8. Rep. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. We have stakeholdered this through several different stakeholders. Thank you. A no vote.
All right, the question is L8. Is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of L8, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The noes have it. L8 is lost. Back to the bill, 1196. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1196? Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of House Bill 1196, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1196 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title of House Bill 1008.
House Bill 1008 by Representative Weissman, also Senator Fields, concerning tax policies related to the accessibility of food and in connection therewith, requiring additions to Colorado taxable income in amounts equal to the business meals federal itemized deduction, providing funding for small business recovery and resilience grant program, creating a tax credit for certain purchases eligible for that grant program, and providing funding for healthy eating program incentives.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1008 and the committee report from Finance and the committee report from Appropriations.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you. So, members, two things happened in appropriations. We, of course, appropriated some money to the Department of Revenue and the Department of Ag so they can do what the bill is asking them to do. More significantly, because we know this is a pretty tight budget year, we struck all of the general fund ask out of the bill, which is sort of a tough thing to do, but necessary. I do need to move kind of a cleanup amendment, so I move I move L5 to House Bill 1008 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment to the Appropriations report, L5, is properly displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Members, the point of this amendment is just to make the title match the bill as we've amended it in Finance and Approps. There's nothing substantive other than the title meant by this amendment, so I ask for the adoption of L5.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Weissman.
Just as a reminder, the Appropriations report, frankly, very much cuts down the scope of the bill. It's a concession to the tight fiscal reality that we find ourselves in. As for the adoption of the Approps report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Members, the bulk of the work that the Finance Committee did was basically cleaning up some of the language about the tax credit part of the bill. I'll speak more to that in a moment when we come to the bill. But when we set forth a certificated tax credit, the language just needs to be very precise as to what DOR is asked to do in administrating that, and in this case, what the Department of Agriculture is asked to do in receiving applications for tax credits and then responding to those according to the legal criteria that we set forth and awarding them so that there's a clear process by which they grant a tax credit certificate, and then that is in good standing and proper when submitted to the Department of Revenue. So I ask for the adoption of the finance report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
All right, thank you. Members, now that we're to the bill, I'll unpack this a little bit more. What 1008 seeks to do is build on some bipartisan work that was passed last year as part of our COVID recovery package. House Bill 1380 was a bipartisan bill. It had a Democratic sponsor, a Republican sponsor, allocated a couple $1 million to something called the Community Food Access Program, which is a new effort in the Department of Agriculture to assist small retailers in starting to sell healthy, perishable food like produce on top of more durable things that are shelf-stable. Basically, the two ways that happens is under the last year's bill by awarding grants for purchase of what I'll call capital equipment, things like a cold case to store produce, maybe upgrading your point of sale equipment to take SNAP benefits. Also, there was stood up something called the consortium, which is really about connecting agricultural producers, distributors of produce, and retailers, and that was to award grants to bring down the frictional costs that can exist in the distribution chain, things like pallet break fees. So that work is ongoing. I was a big fan of that bill. What 1008 this year seeks to do is further support that work, help keep it going for a number of additional years via the tax credit mechanism that I've spoken of a little bit. Candidly, members, in a country as prosperous as ours, it bothers me on a pretty deep level. I think it should bother all of us on a deep level that people go to bed hungry in our state and in our country. Hunger particularly bears on youth. It can impact progress in school. It can impact development. Hunger also particularly bears on our elders. All of our communities are touched by this. I'm running this bill because my community, big parts of my community in particular, are touched by hunger, are touched by the SNAP cliff, are touched by inflation, which is making food like everything else more expensive. And we're also creating opportunities for Colorado agricultural producers here. The Colorado Farm Bureau is registered in support of this bill. The Rocky Mountain Farmers Union is registered in support of this bill because there's something in it for them. Because when we let more people sell Colorado-grown healthy food, that's good for those producers too. They were in support of last year's effort as well. So if anybody is looking for a bill to help pull together the rural-urban divide, I have a bill here for you, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the confusion there. I would just ask the bill sponsor to help me understand Section 3 and Section 4. Just help me walk through why we're talking about federal taxable income and business meals, etc.
Representative Weissman.
Sure, great question. So, members, if you don't already know, in the world of tax, we are what's called a dynamic conformity state, which means, with limited exceptions, the tax base of our tax code, when you filed the DR 104 with the Department of Revenue, is federal taxable income, rather than what most other states do, which is federal adjusted gross income. What that means in summary is that we inherit all of the deductions that are allowed under federal tax law, even though we've never had an explicit discussion about whether we think that deduction is good or bad or somewhere in the middle. So what the early parts of the bill do, that were alluded to by our colleague from Penrose, is they articulate an add back, or another way to put it is they decouple from that. So if you are a taxpayer who meets the criteria for that provision of federal law, of course you're still going to be able to do that on your federal tax return, because we cannot change federal tax law here. But what we are saying is we're no longer going to just accept that flowing through to our tax code, and instead we're going to have this new credit to support small retailers and Colorado agricultural producers and distributors in creating markets for the producers and making healthy food more available in communities all over Colorado. So again, you still get the federal tax break because we can't change that, but we're saying that that should not just automatically, without any further discussion, become part of our state tax code going forward.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that explanation. So if I can put this in more layman's terms, if I go on a business trip and I pay for meals, under the federal code, tax code, I can write that off on my federal taxes. If this bill doesn't pass, I could still do that under Colorado's taxes. But if this bill passes, then I now have those dollars are taxable dollars. I can't write that expense off on my taxes. And that is because we are wanting to use those added funds in order to provide the funds necessary for this program? Is that what's happening
Representative Weissman.
To the representative from Penrose, I think that's a pretty fair summary, with the caveat that the taxpayer is still going to have to make sure that what they're doing complies with federal law. Not everything is wide open under the federal deduction, so you would need to make sure you're complying with federal law. But assuming you are, then right, you're still going to get the federal tax benefit, and the value of $1 of deductions is a function of what bracket you're in at that point. We're saying that we think the new credit for agricultural producers and making healthy food available is what the bill basically says is we should do that instead of allowing the state version of this deduction. Because of where our tax rate is and because it's a flat rate, you're looking at 4.4 cents on the dollar as opposed to a considerably greater benefit, which remains available to you if it ever was in the federal system.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
I'd like to move Amendment 6 to House Bill 23-1008. And what I'd like to do is strip away these two sections that
we, one moment while we display it. Oh, that amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Taggart.
What I'd like to do is strip away sections 3 and 4. And before I talk about that, that is not because I don't support this bill. I do, but I don't believe it should be on the backs of small business and those of us that travel individually. I do believe we should put the dollars aside and request it through appropriations for this particular cause. I do not believe it should be on small business and/or individuals that travel to do business. And I would ask your support on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. I do need to ask for a no vote on the amendment. I mean, I wish we could do more through our budgeting process as well, and that was the introduced version of the bill. We are all in the situation, we know the situation we're in vis-a-vis the budget, vis-a-vis how tight it is, vis-a-vis the unique fiscal constraints that we find ourselves under that no other state does, which is what brought me around to needing to work in the tax code. I believe that when we make a new tax expenditure, which is kind of a generic term for credits and other things, that we should try to balance that out. I'm trying to be mindful of the longer-term impact to our budget. I am seeking to create some new support for certain efforts with the credit. I didn't want that to go unbalanced. That this business meals deduction is something that's been under a lot of discussion and has moved around a lot as a federal law matter within the last 10 years. And again, it remains available federally. I think part of this, what I would say, is the question of tax sovereignty. We are a sovereign state. We should be making our own independent choices about what is right here, not just inheriting it automatically from the federal tax code. That's the judgment of those sections of the bill. I think it's important that we try to keep, in this bill, we try to keep the balance pretty close to net zero, which is what we do net of the amendments in appropriations. I think that we should have a pay for here. I think this is a reasonable pay for. I'm going to ask for a no vote on L6.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While again, I agree with my colleague that this is needed, especially with SNAP going away. However, I was brought up in a family, by the way, Scottish family. I was brought up in a family that was very careful with their finances to say, when there isn't money, Rick, in your checkbook, don't write a check. And in this particular case, because there's not money in the checkbook, we are putting this burden on the backs of small business and individuals that travel on business. That is just not fair. We need to find another source to fund this particular program. If the checkbook's empty, then we need to talk about reprioritization if necessary. But putting this on business and small and individuals is just not right.
Is there any further? The question before us is Amendment L6. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my colleague from Grand Junction probably has some of the highest business credentials of any of my colleagues in our caucus, has some of the greatest understanding of how business works, having managed a multinational company spanning across many continents. And therefore, when he brings an amendment forward, I think it should be very strongly considered. And I do agree with everything that's happening in the business climate. Why would we want to put more burdens on small business? If you think about small business, what are we facing as small business folks? Well, let's start with inflation and the price of money. Most all small businesses have to run lines of credit to meet their capital requirements, short-term, mid-range, or long-term. Well, now interest costs are going up, and up, and up. If I was at 4.5% interest at a borrowing rate a year ago, now I'm at near 8%. Now, using a little cowboy math, that's almost double. But it doesn't stop there. How about input costs on everything in your business that you need to run your business? How about the increase in labor costs to staff your small business, medium business, or large business? I have been getting emails from my constituents in agriculture based on laws that we have passed in this chamber that now are increasing their labor costs 30 to 40%.
Representative Holtorf, let's be a little bit more focused on the amendment at hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we look at this amendment,
And I'm going to ask my colleague to come back down here for a minute. As we look and talk about this amendment, it's asking lines 1 through 11 to be stricken. Now, I'm going to ask my colleagues to bring the bill down and actually read those lines, because I think this is what is so critical. Thank you. Actually, I guess I don't need to do that, because now I'm going to be able to read the lines myself. Thank you to my colleague from El Paso County. So in these particular lines under Section 4, it talks about net income of corporation, legislative declaration definitions repeal. It says, there shall be added to federal taxable income for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2024, but before January 1st, 2031, an amount equal to the federal deduction claim for a business meal pursuant to the IRS Code 2274, parentheses K. Many businesses have to do a lot of traveling. Agriculture has that as well. And that has been a standard deduction for many, many years to promote business, to promote traveling, to promote offsetting those expenses. But now in this particular statute, that is being taken away. That concerns me, because more and more things are getting taken away from small business. Things that have been institutionalized in tax law for decades in this country. I would almost call this cherry picking. You're cherry picking. I know, I'm getting everybody's attention now because I said the word cherry picking. And yeah, that's a country colloquial word. When you cherry pick something, you pick the cherry off the tree. Usually the ripe cherries that are closest to your reach. That's exactly what this statute's doing, and that's why this amendment is so important. Because then we're not cherry picking. Cherry picking a thing that hurts business, that hurts small business. Taking away those travel expenses, meal expenses, those things that you have to do when you're on the road to do your business. Now, I want to be friendly to business, and I want to be friendly to small business, particularly after COVID and the experiences that businesses had during the COVID crisis, the COVID epidemic. We talked repeatedly about small businesses, medium businesses, and the many things that were affecting their bottom line. Yet now that we're in a post-COVID environment, we're going to go and start cherry-picking things that may hurt small business. As a champion of small business, as a champion of all business, as a champion of agricultural businesses, this particular bill with this provision is problematic. And that's why I so strongly support this amendment. Now I'm going to ask the amendment sponsor to come back and talk some more about this, because I really think it's important that we understand we cannot run legislation here and cherry pick sectors of business that's going to hurt their ability to get a very important tax deduction that they may need to promulgate and have their business prosper. Everybody takes for granted the delicate balance of business. This particular amendment is trying to say, don't take something from business that we may need to offset an important deduction. For that reason and many other reasons, I support the amendment, and I do have significant concerns with the bill. If the state doesn't have the money, the state doesn't have the money. And therefore, as we look to try to appropriate money, let's reprioritize funding in a way that provides the money, but doesn't hurt small business exemptions that are federal exemptions, to cherry pick that to provide the plus up that's needed for this funding. I would agree that the bill sponsor in this bill, food accessibility, is very important. And I also commend the bill sponsor, yes, Madam Chair, with respect to this important amendment right here, looking for that funding. And with this important amendment that I support, not taking that funding away from business, I do see the importance of closing the rural-urban divide. This amendment actually helps with that. I commend the bill sponsor for that. I heard it. Something that I always want to do. But if the ag businesses can't use this deduction, and we don't vote for this amendment that will actually allow for that, then we could be hurting and not helping with respect to the rural-urban divide. So I'm going to turn it back over to the amendment sponsor as I support him to the highest extent possible. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want you to think about all the folks that you know that travel on business and are away from their homes on a daily basis. If they can't deduct their lunch and if they're away for dinner, that is not fair to those individuals. They're already spending time away from their family. One time I had an argument with United Airlines about my free so-called tickets, and I had to remind people that I was flying at a rate of 300,000 miles a year, and that to me was not at all free. That was at the expense of my family. And folks that travel and businesses that ask us to travel have to have the ability to deduct those business meals. And what worries me is, what precedent are we setting? Because the next group of funding is going to come from overnight in our hotel bills, or taking that away, or mileage that we deduct from a standpoint of traveling in our own automobiles or car allowances. This sets a very dangerous precedent, and it really hurts those of us, and I think every one of us knows of individuals that travel on a daily basis for their job. Thank you.
The question before us is still Amendment 6, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I consider it a great privilege to have someone like Representative Taggart, CEO of a multinational corporation, to be able to analyze and look over these bills. We have here, and I guess everybody has a different way of paying attention, some by talking, some by ignoring, but we have an international CEO standing before us describing the cooling effect, the chilling effect that these sorts of bills, that these laws that we are just throwing out there because we feel good about them, not we, you. I don't feel good about this at all.
And let's be a little more loving, Representative DeGraff.
I love the fact that you feel good about this really bad bill. So, we have international business, an international CEO telling us that what you are doing in Colorado to the business community is bad.
To the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I was speaking to the amendment in that if we don't have this amendment, the CEO of an international, multinational corporation is telling us that from his very broad experience that not adopting this amendment will have a very deleterious effect, and that's a real word, a deleterious effect on the business community in Colorado. And our business community, we say on one side that we want to improve the business community, we want to make it this a place where people come, and then we turn it into a shakedown. And that's
kind of on the borderline there.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, say again. I'm sorry, I did not.
Shakedown?
Shakedown. Shakedown's it's two words, but it's pretty,
It's
it's
okay
pretty
in
well
song
recognized.
lyrics, but it's not really recommended at the well.
Oh, you're just recommending I don't use the term shakedown. I got it. Okay. Okay. I thought you were questioning as to whether it was a shakedown was a valid term. My apologies. But we're telling the business community, what we're telling the business community by rejecting this amendment is that we don't care what business tells us. And so at some point, again, I have to start thinking that that what I would call unintended consequences are not. So I would urge, based on the experience of my colleague, that we look at this amendment and we seriously consider the amendment and we seriously consider whether we want to create a business-friendly environment or whether we want to try to get blood out of the turnip. That's a proverbial saying, not literal blood. But if we're going to try to get blood out of the turnip being our business community, is that what we're trying to do? Because the businesses have the opportunity to leave. And then the tax revenue that you would have gotten from these businesses is no longer there. Businesses will leave to find a more friendly and more stable community that's not driven by an ideological agenda. So my concern would be listening to the CEO of a multinational corporation, among others, and say, hey, maybe we ought to at least take a look at this and vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of us get a per diem in this hall. Some of us more than others because we travel for a long distance. If we really think we're going to put this on the backs of small business and individuals, are we willing to reduce our per diem? Because that's consistent with what I'm asking for in this amendment. And I know I would be willing to do that, but are we as a group willing to do that? But that's only fair if we're asking small business and individuals to give up business meals.
The question before us is the passage. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we consider this, I'm just trying to process what we find in the fiscal note about that Colorado taxpayers deducted $217 million for business meal expenses, but we're looking at
Superseded.
this is superseded. There's a different one that I'm not seeing.
We amended all that out.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the revised one. Thank you. Appreciate that. For those listening at home, there's a revised fiscal note. I stopped with the first one. Thank you.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L6 to House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, all those in favor of House Bill 1008, Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of House Bill 1008, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1008 passes.
All right. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title of House Bill 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representative Michael St. Janae, also Senator Cutter, concerning the creation of the 6th through 12th grade Mental Health Assessment Act.
Rep. Michael St. Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the House Bill 1003 and the Appropriations and Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee reports.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Report.
In the Appropriations Committee, I moved an amendment that narrowed the program to shrink the program from a $17 million program to a $2 million program. I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report to 1003? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations report to 1003. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is passed. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, longest committee name in the General Assembly report, Rep. Michael St. Janae. Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L002 to the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
All right, thank you. Give it 1 sec to come up on the screen. Oh, and Rep. Evans, for the record, just so we have the motion right, can you please move L022?
I move L022.
All right, thank you. When I get a flag from the Chief Clerk, I think that I should do what he says. Okay, the amendment is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this just covers something that I've had conversations with the sponsor about, where this program wasn't intended to apply to folks like I was in high school, a homeschooler who participated in sports with the public school program. So that was something that we had discussed and said that we should probably just include to make that clear. So I ask for an aye vote on this.
Rep. Michael St. Janae to L22.
Thank you. Yes, the bill is not intended to apply to homeschooling students. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Okay, is there further discussion on L22? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L22 to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L22 is passed. We are still on the committee report. Rep. Michael St. Janae, anything further?
Yes, I move Amendment L14 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment is on the screen. Rep. Michael St. Janae, please go ahead to L14.
L14 protects the HIPAA rights of our students so that we don't violate them, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L14? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L14 to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. L14 is passed. Back to the committee report, Rep. Michael St. Janae.
Thank you. In the committee, we amended the bill slightly to, well, I think it was a little bit more than slightly. We amended the bill to make the program tighter, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, thank you. Is there further discussion on the Public Health Committee reports? Rep. Bradley.
You're on the committee report.
All right. Members, we're on the committee report from Public Health.
Not the bill, the committee report. I was going to say what happened in the committee.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee was very interesting. A lot of my constituents showed up to testify against this bill. I think that as parents, we get very nervous when our children can opt out of something and not let our family know. I think that that's a real violation of parental rights, and I think we're headed down a very, very bad path when we take parent consent out of any bill. Who's responsible if something happens to a 12-year-old? When does a 12-year-old get to decide if they're mentally competent to do X, Y, and Z? We have different bills that say that they can. We have different bills that say that they can't. My constituents are very alarmed by this, and the people that came to testify are very alarmed by this, and they feel like this is stripping parental rights away one piece at a time. I urge, or I just sitting in the committee, there was a lot of testimony against this bill, and I just hope that we respect those people that came to testify against it. Thank you.
All right, we are on the question of the committee report. Is there further discussion specifically on the committee report? Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment 021 to the committee report and have it displayed. And I'm glad when I showed up this morning, I'm glad I found out it was St. Patrick's Day.
We have the amendment displayed. Go ahead, Rep. Bottoms.
This is basically this amendment. I would like to. We see in the committee report where we're looking at a couple different dates and how this kind of plays out over time. And so I would like to move this to try to put a little bit of sunset to this. So this is what I'm moving. I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 021 to the committee report.
All right. Further discussion, Rep. Michelson-Janae on L21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. We desperately need these assessments in our schools, and this would limit them. Please vote no.
All right. Further discussion on L21. Rep. DeGraff to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to emphasize my colleague's point. Colorado Revised Statute 1-22-107-1A3 says parents have a fundamental right and responsibility to make decisions concerning the care, custody, and control of their children. So a bill that comes through and specifically says we are going to violate CRS 1-22-107-1A3 and deny that parents have a fundamental right and responsibility to make decisions concerning the care, custody, and control of their children seems to be a violation of the CRS. Why would we be making a violation of the Colorado Revised Statutes? There's also a homeschool law. It's the primary right and obligation of the parent to choose the proper education and training for the children under this supervision. Maybe not as directly related, but we have made the decision in this body, previous bodies, previous members to this body, have made the decision that parents have a fundamental right and responsibility to make decisions. So when you strip rights and when you strip responsibilities by putting a clause in a law that says we are going to give the 12-year-old or younger, I guess, I mean, that can be amended. We're going to give this child, this underage minor for whom the parent has fundamental rights and responsibilities about whom to make decisions concerning care, custody, and control of their children. We are going to take that away. Not we, you. You are going to take that away from the parents. And you are going to say, now the state knows better. And this is a direct infringement, I would say, on liberty. And that's a violation of the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment. It's a violation of our CRS. It apparently doesn't faze anybody that this is a violation of our CRS or our 14th and our 5th Amendment, but it is. And you're slowly taking the children under the wing of the state, and deciding that the state knows best. And for all this stuff about we need parental authority and we need parental engagement, and then at the same time you're stripping parental decision-making and parental responsibility, which constitutionally are fundamental regarding the care and decision and the custody and control of their children. So it's interesting to me that the theme this year, we have child control, we have rent control, we have gun control, we have parental, we don't have parental control. We're taking away parental control. We are not recognizing, this is one more stab at the individual sovereignty that's not guaranteed by the Declaration of Independence, but it's recognized by the Declaration of Independence. And these rights are they're recognized as unalienable, as endowed, as creator endowed. And now we're taking these rights and we're turning them to state-granted privileges. Now, this is typical of a democracy. A republic protects the individual from the mob. A democracy feeds him to it. That's why we're not a democracy. And right now, we're looking at majority vote to strip parents of the fundamental right and responsibility to make decisions concerning the care, custody, and control of their children. This is not a mildly slippery slope. This is like wax skis on a black diamond. This is steep. And I'd urge you to be very careful about jumping off the lift and onto this ride, because it is very steep at the bottom. So I'd like to present this amendment.
Yeah, so Rep. DeGraff, the question right now is L21. What do you intend?
Sorry, that was, so I vote, no, it's not a substitute amendment. I will, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
All right, so members, the question is L21. I'm going to encourage that free-ranging discussion of a philosophic nature is probably best reserved when we get to the bill. The question right now is L21, which proposes the sunset. Rep. Bottoms to that amendment.
So I want to just clarify, make sure that everybody is understanding what my amendment is trying to do. In the committee report, it was the line 5.5C was struck, and it says this subsection 5.5 is repealed effective June 30th, 2024. And the reason is because that was the normal sunset date, which we pretty much always use here in the General Assembly, of 3 years. Number 6 was also struck. This section is repealed effective June 30, 2024. This was the normal 3-year time frame. And all I'm doing is trying to make sure that we have that normal 3-year time frame that's in here. Let's look at this again in 2026, and that we can vote yes or no then too. So if it's a good bill, let's put the 3 years to it, and we'll re-vote then. And if it's a good bill, we vote it in then. So this is normal. This is procedural. I've heard a lot of talk specifically on the first day of the session that we go by a lot of tradition and rules here. This is a 3-year normal ruling that we always have. And so I'm making sure that we understand that my amendment is moving this to 2026 will be the time we look at it next. That's the way we always do it.
To L21, Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to the amendment. I'm all about statistics and finding research and making sure programs that we vote in this legislation work. A sunset review allows for this assembly to check if the program in 3 years is actually accomplishing what it says it is meant to accomplish. It does not interfere with this program. It checks that it serves a purpose. And if it is effective and it's doing its job, then we shouldn't reject this amendment. We should want to know that it's proven to be reliable and effective. So I really would like a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on L21. Rep. Holtorf.
And to the bill sponsor and to my colleagues in the chamber, I think sunsets do have a very important use. we don't know if program's going to be the solution with respect to our youth mental health problems. We know that we're looking for solutions. But with respect to a sunset, based on, if you look at the cost of this program, it's over 15 million to 17 million in the out years. Not anymore. Okay, so the bill sponsors informed me and revised the fiscal note. It's now a $2 million cost, which isn't as large as the previous cost, which is a good thing, particularly in fiscally restrained times. The idea of sunsets, I think, is a good idea. Now, I don't know if this particular, not to disparage the amendment sponsor, but 2026, it's 2023. That's a 3-year window. And actually, goes till September, so it's not quite 3. But the point is, the idea has merit. And we should employ sunsets on many programs that we don't know if they can be or should be enduring programs based on the results that we do not have. So I am in support of a sunset. I don't know if this is the right time, but I am in support of a sunset. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, further discussion on L21. Seeing none, the question is the passage of L21 to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. L21 fails. All right, we're back to the Public Health Committee report. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move an amendment to the committee report. I would like to move Amendment L025 to House Bill 1003's committee report and ask that it properly be displayed. And I don't know if the bill sponsor has a copy, but I'm going to get her one.
All right, properly moved. Give it 1 sec for us to get it up on the screen. All right,
So
the amendment is displayed. Go ahead, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with lines 1 through 3 to the committee report. Page 2, line 24. We want to strike. So if I go to the committee report, page 2, line 24, it says page 6, strike lines 10 through 19 and substitute. Now, this particular thing is asking for a substitute through line 22. So I'm going to read that here. First, I'm going to read the amended language in the committee report, and then I'll go back to the original bill. So in this committee report, page 6, lines 10 through 19, the substitute is, if, after reviewing the mental health screening results, the screener believes a student has a mental health concern, including but not limited to those stated in subsection 10A of this section, and is in need of additional mental health services, the screener shall notify the student's parents within 48 hours after the student completes the mental health screening and provide the student's parents with information on resources and services provided through iMatters, including how to apply for services through iMatters and information about the rights of students with disabilities pursuant to Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973, 29 U.S.C. Section 794 as amended, and the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act 20 United States Code Section 1400 as amended. Now, what this is asking for is to expand that through line 22. I think I might have read a little too far, Mr. Chair. So I want to back up just a little bit. Because I will tell you, in the committee report, this particular language with the notification to the parents is very valuable. And one of the things that in the committee, my caucus was very concerned about. So we appreciate that language. Now, if I go down to, in this amendment, 4 through 6, page 3 of the committee report, it asks to strike line 6, and I'm looking at page 3, and substitute unless circumstances described in section 1 of this subsection apply. And then you have to go back to section 1. The next part of this, page 3 of the committee report, strikes line 8 through 17, and it substitutes. So I'm going to look at lines 8 through 17 on page 3 now. It says strike, page 7, strike lines 1 and substitute. Now you can see this is a kind of a complex amendment. So we have to go back to the bill to page 7, line 1 and substitute. And it references a subsection. But in this particular committee report, 8 through 17, I want to go through that as well, because I think it's important as you consider this amendment. Lines 8 through 17 are the following. If after reviewing the mental health screening results, the screener believes a student has a mental health concern, including but not limited to those stated in subsection 10A of this section, as in need of additional mental health services, the screener shall refer the student to iMatters for mental health services within 48 hours after the student completes the mental health screening if the student is 12 years of age or older and does not consent to the notification pursuant to section 10B, Roman numeral 2 of this section. Now this is where we have an issue. And it has to go back to page 7 of the bill, which refers to the parental notification. Now, I read that previously, and I don't want to read it again, because truly the issue is for parents to be notified if a kid is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. Those young teenagers after 12, they need to have not only the parents and also the staff and faculty of the school involved in the whole process. The parents should not be, as I would like to say, boxed out. How many of you that have children, if you told your child, I want to know if you're going out, and I want to know if you're going to consider doing something that I've told you shouldn't do, that I'm not okay with, I want you to let me know. And then the child goes out, participates in some activity, and doesn't listen to their parent, and doesn't tell them. We know in a household that's a problem for a parent. But parents need to know. And I'm sure every time in my younger days, my parents appreciated knowing all the tomfoolery that I was involved in. I know it's St. Patrick's Day, so I think you can say tomfoolery. But this particular bill, the way this committee report reads, actually provides provisions to box those parents out, unless we refer back to the notification of the parents. That's one of the reasons I think this amendment is important. I've had parents reach out to me stating their concern. Now, I will concede to the bill sponsor that iMatters is a great program. It has value. But what I do have problems with is when a young person, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, even when their parents have told them something in the school, we ask for an obligation for the school to inform parents about something that now the state is going to say, and they have said, you don't have to tell your parents. You can do what you want, and your parents don't have to know. It's okay. And we have statute that actually confirms that. And we have more statute with respect to this that confirms that and now condones that. So that is why I'm offering this amendment. And I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L025 to House Bill 1003, excuse me. And I would ask the bill sponsors to consider the importance of what we're saying here with their strongest consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, members, the question is L25. Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on L25. I just want to put a little bit of context to why this is important. Nearly 1 in 5 children have a mental, emotional, or behavioral disorder, such as anxiety, depression, ADHD, autism, disruptive behavior. Unfortunately, only 20% of children with mental, emotional, and behavioral disorders receive care from a specialized support system. Among the reasons are access, so geographic access, and parental limitations to accessing mental health care services. Unfortunately, this is due to stigma that exists. Young people know when they need help, young people know when they need support, and young people should be trusted to access that support when they need it and not have to go through continuous, repetitive permission that could be denied. Mental health, especially now when we're seeing more and more and more cases of young people because of what's happening, because of the pandemic, because of all of these many, many reasons. And what we need to do is we need to tear down every barrier that exists for young people to access mental health services. This is not an attack on parental rights. This is a step in ensuring the health and safety of our children. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on L25. Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this. I don't consider myself as a parent a barrier to my child. Thank you.
Further discussion on L...
Yes, vote. I apologize.
All right, Rep. Bottoms, the question is L25.
So just to clarify, all of the previous remarks were made not about L25, but about my amendment, and I think that one's already moved on.
All right, so members, the question is L25, which is proposing the changes to the committee report that you see here. Is there further discussion on L25? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate what my colleagues said, and that those are legitimate limitations. Those are not issues to be adjudicated inside the school. Those are the stripping of parental rights to violate the CRS is a serious issue. This bill does not address the seriousness of the issue. We don't have any parameters around it. To have that, what you're doing by voting no on this amendment is you're saying that inside the public school system, you can, between somebody that is completely unaccountable and a child, you're going to adjudicate away the rights and responsibilities of the parent.
of the parents. Gone. That's what voting no on this is. There are means to deal with this issue. You don't just throw legislation on top of it. This is a very small issue, not a small issue. I mean, obviously for any child that's suffering mental anxiety or distress, that's a very large issue. But you don't cover the entire population. You don't strip. This is not a scalpel to carefully address the needs of a group of students, no matter how small or large that group is proportionally. What this is, it's not addressing that subset of the group. It's papering over the entirety of the parents. And it's erasing, and it's creating confusion in the CRS. It's creating confusion in something that we said, we want this to be law, that the parents have the right and responsibility to determine the care and the education of their children. But now we have a good intention, and we're going to put it into law, and then we're going to say, no parent. Okay, but you do, but you really don't. And then we're going to ask the courts to adjudicate it. And the courts are going to go, those are contradictory statements. And I would have to say, yeah, that's typical. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment to preserve the rights and responsibilities of parents to determine the education, control of their children. That's what parents are for. Parents are the fiduciaries of the children. And there are times where parents do not do that well, and there are means in which to address that. And this overarching axe, chopping this down, is not the way to do it. In the military, you had a phrase that was considered, clean it up a little bit. When one person messes his drawers, everybody has to wear a diaper. And in this case, you have a select group of people that there is a problem and that maybe need to address, but you don't strip away the rights of all parents in Colorado. This bill is aiming to strip away the rights of all parents in Colorado, and this amendment aims to preserve those rights. It's an easy amendment. Do parents have rights for their children, or do parents not have rights? I urge a yes vote for this amendment to preserve parental rights.
All right, Rep. Parenti to the question of parental rights, but before we get there, I've been noticing the volume going up just a little bit in here in the last couple of minutes. If the side conversations could maybe be turned down or stay on the side. Rep. Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we've had several recent speakers talk about how this law is...
Sorry, Rep. Parenti. Members, it's a bit loud in here. We're on second reading. Please. Rep. Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we've had several speakers talk about how this bill is inconsistent with Colorado revised statutes, how it strips away student rights. So I just wanted to make something very clear. Colorado revised statutes already allow children ages 12 and older to access psychotherapy services without their parents' consent. That is current law. So this bill is completely consistent with Colorado law as it currently stands, and I would urge a no on this amendment. Thank you.
All right, the question is L25 to the Public Health Report. Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I haven't had a chance to do a full review of the CRS on this point, I would say that even if the CRS has that in statute, the question still remains whether that's good policy to separate children from their parents. Do we want to have whole and healed families? Do we want parents who are actively involved? Do we want kids who have support systems in their homes as well as in their communities? Or do we want to, by law, create barriers that keep kids from being able to engage with their parents? You know, it's unfortunate that you have situations in schools where you'll have a kid, a 12 or 13-year-old, tell another kid, hey, don't tell your parents about this. I wouldn't think that adults, reasonable adults, would want to facilitate that kind of behavior, especially when we know as adults with kids in our lives, that often we can help them out of problems that they see as terminal, as unable to be overcome. We can easily show them the path forward. Why would we do that? So regardless of what the CRS says or doesn't say in part or in whole, the question still remains, should we allow for parental rights in this instance? Or should we create a situation wherein families have a natural division and be the ones who stand as the bulwarks in that to force that division? Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L25? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L25 to the Public Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report of 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L25 fails. We are back to the Public Health Committee report. Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's still a lot of what I would see as confusion and even disconnect between the bill itself. Some of the amendment that was just put in, the committee report and the bill, there's actually some strong legal problems with this, and there's some strong disconnect where we're actually putting things into this bill that are disagreeing with the bill on a core level. But what I want to address with this is on the committee report, down on line 29, and I would like to move Amendment L027 and have it properly displayed. We have discussed in this House, we have discussed making sure that, we're a little discombobulated on this. Sometimes we say we want to keep people's medical health records, mental health records safe and secure, and sometimes we don't. Starting in line 29, it says page 7 after line 25, insert. Now, this is the committee report that's inserting this into the bill. Within 6 months after conducting a mental health screening at a school, the screener shall make disaggregated data concerning the results of the mental health screening available to the school. There's a disconnect there because I believe in people's records being private, and I'm still an old school guy on HIPAA. I think HIPAA still applies. This includes mental health, and always has. And so I would like to just strike lines 29 through 33 and take that out. So for a few reasons. One is the basic concept of privacy. This is for the family, the child and the family. And if they decide they want to make this available to the school, they have that right, and I'm sure many will. But we don't want this to be able to just made carte blanche available to the school. And so I want to take this out. And then the second reason is this will build a database. And we keep wanting to build databases on our kids, and I don't understand that. Why do we so much want databases built on our kids that will hinder and harm them for years to come? When a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old is something negative is said about them in a mental health screening, does that mean that's who they are when they're 25? We're building these databases, and these things will be used against us. We just don't see that far down the road, but these are very dangerous things, and so I would like to urge an aye vote on L027 to the committee report.
All right, is there further discussion on L27? Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you. Members, this is disaggregated data. There is no personal health information shared with this report. There is no violation of anything.
Rep. Holtorf.
I ask for a no vote.
All right, the question is L27, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Bill Sponsor, for that clarification. I believe that when it says disaggregated data, I believe that strips away any specific identification or identifying information about any particular student. So let that be, as we talk about this amendment, it's important that we understand that, and I didn't quite understand it at first either. So that's an important point. Thank you.
Rep. DeGraff to L27.
To this point, I do have a question on the disaggregated data. Is the PII collected at any point? Because if it is collected and then just removed for certain reports, the data is still there and the data is still mineable, and these are still third parties that are accessing, that are requesting the data, and we don't know what data they're going to ask for. So my question is the PII, is the personally identifiable information gathered at any point and then just removed for this, or is it never gathered and just a broad report? And then, of course, you'd have IP addresses and all that, so that speaks to a whole different issue. Thank you.
Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The personal health information is never aggregated.
All right, further discussion on L. Who's first? Rep. DeGraff.
I'm confused. We're getting an aggregate report, but the data is never, it's never dis.
No, the personal health information is never aggregated.
It's never aggregated. So is the personal information never gathered? So they don't ask, children do not fill out any part of it, like with their name, their school, their... No list, just strictly the questions, no information, no identifiable information ever gathered. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure I believe that, but I will trust you on that.
Further discussion on L27, Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the idea behind disaggregated information, but one of the concerns I have is for the smaller schools where you're looking at a population of maybe 10 kids per grade, right? So you're not talking about hundreds of students in a class, and let's say only one of them in 9th grade or one of them in 10th grade has participated in this program. Any of that information that comes back, even if it doesn't have any quote-unquote personally identifiable information, is personally identifiable. And so I'm wondering if the bill sponsor would be interested in sort of stealing language from other bills that say something to the effect of that they're not able, excluding personally identifiable information that may be used alone or in conjunction with any other information to identify a specific individual, so that in those instances when you're talking about such a small pool of people, right, because you could have even a class where 3 people participate, but there's only 1 boy and 2 girls, where you could figure out whose information is whose. If we could just protect the privacy of those young people in that kind of a way, and if the bill sponsor would be open to that type of amendment before I would draft it. Thank you.
Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be interested in speaking about it further, but I would not accept an amendment today. Thank you.
All right, we are still on L27. Is there further discussion specifically on L27? All right, seeing none, the question is the adoption of L27 to the public. All right, a division has been requested. Members, please take your seats.
I just can't see anything. I just, never mind.
All right, the question is the adoption of Amendment L27 to the Public Health Report of 1003. A division's been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the adoption of L27, please stand and remain standing in one place so that the count can be taken. Okay, you can be seated. All those opposed to L27, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Okay, L27 fails. We are back to the Public Health Committee report. Rep. Bradley.
Thank you. I would like to move Amendment L030 to House Bill 1003 and ask that it be displayed, please.
Okay, one sec. The amendment is in focus. Rep. Bradley, go ahead to L30. Rep. Bradley to L30.
Thank you. It states within 6 months after conducting a mental health screening at a school, the screener shall make disaggregated data concerning the results of the mental health screening available to the school. This amendment just adds, except that a student's parents may opt out of having information about the student made available to the school. If a parent opts out, the screener shall not make available to the school any information concerning the results of the student's mental health screening. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, please.
All right, Rep. Bradley, technical point. I'm told that you might have accidentally moved the amendment to the bill. It's drafted to the committee report. Can you please just restate the motion for the record?
I ask to move Amendment L030 to the committee report of HB 1003 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
That's all you need. All right, now, Rep. Michelson-Janae to the amendment.
Thank you. This is protected by HIPAA. No information about the students will be made available to the school. I ask for a no vote.
All right, is there further discussion on L30? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L30 to the Public Health All right, we have another request for a division. Members, we need you to be in your seats. The question is the adoption of L30 to the Public Health Committee report of 1003. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the adoption of L30, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Okay, you can be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of L30, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay, L30 is lost. We're back to the Public Health Committee report. Is there further discussion? Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L032 to the committee report on House Bill 1003 and ask it to be displayed.
Okay, 1 second. All right, we have the committee report in focus on the screen. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I have two young daughters, ages 8 to 15. And like I did at their age, I stumbled through life as I gained experience and gained maturity and in the growth process. And as a parent, I should be and I want to be able to help my daughters. And I think that by talking to my daughters and knowing what's going on and being told what's going on, I would have the ability not only, I know they're getting help, but be able to help them more than this. And I feel like I'd be cut out of that equation a bit. And I want to, like I said, I want to be able to support my daughters and be able to go above and beyond. Another thing that's, I guess you could say a little bit more controversial is, once again, we're picking and choosing ages on when children are competent or not. And we've heard in the news recently and from the other chamber the talk of somebody at 18-year-old is not competent enough to own, purchase, or handle a firearm. So, just a little consistency is all I ask for. What is it, 12, 16, 18? Just a little confusing to me. So I would ask you all just to take that into consideration, as well as I'd really like to be able to be a part of helping my daughters. And I'm not saying that they would hide something from me, but you did talk about the stigma and maybe the embarrassment that they would have, and I would hate for them to fall through the cracks and me not be able to jump in as a dad and really get behind them and maybe get them more of the help they need. So I would urge you to at least think about this amendment and please vote yes. Thank you.
Rep. Michaels. Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. This takes away a youth's right to consent to confidential care.
Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur that 18 is a more appropriate age than they are actually an adult. Parents should not be left out of this process. These kids don't know what they're doing. This is their time to make mistakes, but they shouldn't make those mistakes or have that ability without having their parents next to them. And I don't know why we would continue to take parents out of that conversation. And so I do think 18 is an appropriate age, and I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion on L32, Rep. Winter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be confused. I would just ask the bill sponsors why you picked the age of 12. Maybe if you could kind of explain what the reasoning was, the formula, what's behind of picking the age of 12. Maybe I could understand better.
Further discussion on L32, Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 12 is the current age in state law.
Further discussion on L32, Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 12 is the age for most sixth graders, which is the age that I taught. And I had a number of kids who became very comfortable with me and would ask questions of me throughout the day, right? Either in class or at lunchtime or after school or what have you. Questions often that I didn't feel comfortable answering because I am not their parent. And so I would say to the child, I am happy to have that conversation with you after I talk to your parent to see if they're all right with me having that conversation with you. And sometimes the students would get wide-eyed and they'd be like, but my mom would never want to talk about this, or my dad would never understand. And I would explain, but you're asking me to step into a space that I don't have authority to step into, that I shouldn't be speaking into it without permission from the person who brought you into this world, who cares for you, who loves you, and who has walked with you throughout life. And more often than not, they would say, okay, but you have to have the conversation without me there, right? They'd be super nervous, really embarrassed, just kind of awkward. And every single time, those parents stepped up and said, oh, I will have that conversation, no problem. And they would have that conversation, and those students would come back to me, and they would actually be relieved and delighted, and they would talk about what their parents talked with them about, and there was a bond that was fostered between their parents and them. There were hurdles that were overcome as a result of me helping to facilitate that conversation. I fear that with this type of bill, when we say that a 12-year-old has the right to consent to care unilaterally, without any other person in their life knowing what is going on, that is an adult that has that kind of relationship with them, we are circumventing what would otherwise be opportunities for building healthy family, for building healthy relationship, for enabling our kids to have access to resources right away in their own homes. Because we have stymied those conversations. We've hindered the opportunity of them to actually build those relationships. I think that is not where we want to head with our communities. Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to put barriers up between kids and their parents? Barriers that more than likely will form habits for those families in terms of communications that go well into adulthood and into future generations. We talk all the time in this building about people lacking community, people feeling isolated, people not being able to have the supports that they need, and yet we are undermining the supports that are present. We continue by the policies we put forth to break down the very institutions and structures that have historically, and I mean over the ages, hundreds of years, centuries, have been used in order to have strong communities. Why would we do that? I think the question still remains, why is the age 12? Whether it was introduced in this bill or was introduced in a prior bill and is in current statute, why 12? Why do we think a 12-year-old is of the developmental stage necessary to make these kinds of determinations without their parent? I venture to say that if I asked the question here and people answered honestly, how many people still call their mom and dad today to ask them questions? Or wish they could call their mom and dad today if they were still living, that many, if not all, hands would go up. And yet we continue to move certain individuals off to the side. Why 12? 12 is the time when kids are coming of age. They're exploring identity. You go into any sixth grade classroom, and the way they dress today, unless they're, even in my school, where we had uniforms, the way they dressed today, the way they did their hair today, the way they interacted today was different than the way they do tomorrow because they're testing boundaries. They're trying to figure out who they are. Why in that process would we remove the voices that care the most about them? And why would we say that 12 is okay? That they're old enough to make these determinations unilaterally? What is the research that backs that up? What is the support? Are we arbitrarily picking a number? Why not 13? Why not 11? Why not 6? I was a very independent little girl, and on my first day of kindergarten, I left my parents well in the dust. And I crossed over into that schoolyard, and they were still on the other side of the stop sign, and I said, okay, bye now. Why was I not sufficient at 5 years of age to make these determinations? Why 12 and not 5? What is the basis for this number? Any number is arbitrary. I understand that. Any line that we draw is going to be arbitrary, and it's going to capture some who are mature enough, and it's going to leave out some who aren't yet. mature enough. But why are we picking 12? It's a valid question. It's a valid question because these, again, are life and death kind of situations. If we have a kid who's struggling with mental health to the point where they could be suicidal, and we're excluding their families from these conversations, that's a life and death kind of decision. So why are we doing what we're doing? It's not a persnickety point, right? This isn't fussing about nothing. This is reality, this is substance, this is important to weigh and to consider. And to simply say it's because it's already in statute, I find is insufficient. So I would like to understand why we're drawing the line at 12. At 12, when kids are going through puberty, when they're going through all kinds of life changes, when they're trying to determine who they are as people, why are we saying that they are competent then to make these kinds of choices on their own? Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about age 18. From a previous bill, just something I jotted down from an esteemed colleague, was regarding the nature of juveniles, juvenile being under the age of 18 in this case, not having a full understanding of truth and the nature of relationships with adults. So juveniles, by nature, don't have a full understanding of truth and the nature of the relationship with adults. Bills like this, this one in particular, they're making the assumption that the parents are a barrier instead of an ally. And they're making the assumption that an unaccountable state bureaucrat is an ally and not a potential adversary. So you're taking somebody that has gone through whatever the hiring process is, by whomever does the hiring process, and then you're saying, you now have access to our kids and their mental health, their innermost thoughts, their innermost being. You have access to that. We don't, and we're assuming that that individual is a fiduciary for the child, but we're assuming the parent is not. We should be strengthening the family instead of covertly undermining the family. And I don't think that's the intent. I don't think undermining is the intent, but we're standing here telling you that that's what we see as the outcome. A strong family is a key indicator. Everybody knows that. It is a key indicator to long-term success. We have adversaries that are intentionally trying to undermine that. They have stated goals of undermining the family. Because by undermining the family, you undermine the nation. So why would we unintentionally undermine the family instead of saying, you know what, maybe we need to look at ways to strengthen the family. Maybe if we identify a family that has some issues, we should look to strengthen that family instead of undermining the family and then creating lifelong barriers between the people that, even if they don't know how to handle it correctly, still probably have the very best intentions. But instead, we take that away and we say, you know what, I think the person who has the best intention is a state bureaucrat. So I would urge, and 18 is just the age where we consider somebody a juvenile, because we had to put the age somewhere. There are certainly people that are more adult before that, and certainly people that are juvenile after that. But we had to put the age someplace, and 18 is where we usually draw the line. So if you're going to have parental involvement, if you're going to recognize the rights of parents, then 18. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and we stop looking for ways to undermine parental authority. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L32? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L32 to the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L32 is lost. Back to the Public Health Committee report. Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L034 to House Bill 1003. I'm sorry, it's L034 to the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
All right, thank you. It is displayed. Go ahead to L34.
Okay, thank you. This amendment would strike 12 years old and substitute 16 years old. I have a daughter that's had some significant health issues. She started at 3, and without going into all the details of what she's been through, she gets mad every time I have to hold her down to get an injection. I don't want to hold her down to get an injection, but that's what she needs in order for her health. And she gets mad at me. She's 11, almost 12. She started injections at 5. We went through an incredibly hostile divorce, and she's mad at me without understanding, because she's too young to understand, the circumstances in which I had to leave. And she's mad at me because of that. There are a lot of things that my 11, almost 12-year-old thinks that she knows that she doesn't actually know. And especially when it comes to her health issues, she has no idea the amount of time and energy I've put into research to find out what's wrong with her, why it was wrong with her. When she was misdiagnosed, knowing that there was something wrong with my child when the doctors told me there was nothing, taking her to children's hospital appointments, getting genetic testing, we have been through the ringer in order to get her the care that she needs. She doesn't understand all of that. She doesn't understand the amount of time I have spent to get her the care and resources she needs, because that's what you do as a mom. And so she's 11, almost 12, and would she absolutely try to override my opt-out? She would, because she thinks she knows better than me, because she doesn't understand what we've gone through to get her to the point where she's at today. And I'm glad to say that we do have a great relationship, that when a month ago she said she was struggling, that it took me a month to find mental health resources for her, have finally been able to get her the treatment that she feels like she needs. But that's just being her mom. That's my job. And I don't want anybody taking that job away from me. It is not up to us to decide when and at what age a child is ready to make those decisions for themselves. I can tell you, my 11, almost 12-year-old, very strong little girl that I've raised all by myself pretty much, she thinks she knows it all, and she does not know it all. And she needs me, and I need to be there for her, and that's on me to make sure that we're doing that. Do I think that children are starting to learn now that it's okay to talk about when they need help? Absolutely. And I think we need to continue to encourage that. But it should be encouraged by their parents. And I think that while schools can back us up in saying it's okay to talk about your issues, they shouldn't take away the right that we have as their parents, as her mother, to decide when and where and how that treatment needs to happen. It's just not our place to do that. And so my 11, almost 12-year-old who thinks she knows everything should not be in control of her medical decisions or her mental health decisions at this point. She absolutely would have stopped at 5 or 6 from getting the injections that she needed, because it hurts, and I know it hurt. And it was so hard to have to hold her down on the table every time we went to Children's Hospital. But that's what she needed, and I know best for her. And this legislature, with all due respect, does not know best for her. I am her mother. And so what I'm asking is, don't let my 11, almost 12-year-old opt out because she thinks she knows best, because she doesn't. I'm asking that you give me that right as her mother to get her the care and treatment that she needs and to be there for her in the way that she needs, as I have done her whole entire life thus far. And so I'm asking you to please, I know a lot of minds are made up in this room, and I respect that, but please keep an open mind on this. I just don't think it's right, whether it's in statute or not, to allow a child to overrule their parents who know better at this point at 12 years old. So please, I implore you to please keep an open mind, think this through, and while I don't love 16, I don't love the amendment I put before you, but if that's the compromise, if that's the common ground so that I can help my child, then I'm asking for a yes vote. Thank you.
Rep. Michelson-Janae to L34.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. We have already worked with community and found out that at 12 years old, certain kids are not fortunate enough to have parents like my colleague. And we have to protect those kids as well. So we need to give all kids the right to consent to confidential care. And this is an amendment that would strip that right. I ask for a no vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, there is a problem, or there can be a problem. And this legislation is not the proper way to deal with it. We're talking about stripping away parental rights. And like I just mentioned, we're making the broad assumption that parents are not the fiduciaries of their children, and that an unnamed bureaucrat is, an unaccountable bureaucrat. Somebody that can just be fired, they can go, they can come, they can go, they can have ideologies, they can have agendas. Does that happen in our schools? Well, here's an article. A self-described communist teacher bragged on social media about indoctrinating her students with Marxist literature and called for a fight against capitalism. Rebecca Rothstein, a teacher, posted multiple controversial videos to her TikTok account, which has been deactivated. She stated she is proud as F to be a liberal, she said a Marxist, insisted that educators should not prioritize teaching students math and science, but instead provide lessons on anti-racism and how to be kind. As a teacher, I wish we would do more with our students, like teach anti-racism and teach people how to be kind. Does anyone else feel like we can skip math, skip the science, like we'll do that next year? Maybe this year we'll focus on teaching our youth how to be anti-racist. An entirely Marxist doctrine, she said in a TikTok video. On another social media, she said F capitalism and bragged about providing students with Marxist literature.
So Rep. DeGraff, the question before us is L34, which is talking about a specific age. Let's try to focus it to that. All manner of things are to be found out there on the internet, but I think that we need to have some decorum even if we're reading from something else. Please speak to the amendment.
Yes, sir, but what I'm talking about is why the age of 18? Why would you cut the parents out? Make the parent, we're putting a division, and we're saying, okay, the parents, this is one more bill where the parent is automatically suspect, and a bureaucrat in the school system is considered fiduciary, automatically. And what I'm saying, and using this article to illustrate, is that we have teachers we have administrators, we have people in the system that have their own individual agenda. That you can't just assume that the people that are going to be emplaced by this bill are going to act as fiduciaries for their children, for these children. So we're stripping them away from, we're causing a division with the parents, but we're assuming that relationship should be with a bureaucrat in the educational system. Now, I'm sure there's only a few, this would be a rare example. I'm sure this is a rare example, but it does occur. It does occur. and we're making the assumption that somebody the parents don't know, people don't know, that's part of this large bureaucracy that is unaccountable, that they are the fiduciary for the children. That is a really unwise move. That's a very dangerous position. It's one thing for having to allow children to seek mental health or to seek it if they need it, but it's another to make that assumption on their behalf and line them up for screening, coach them how to evade any question. I've had kids, and yes, my daughter also thought she knew better. And so did my son, and the medical treatments, and they don't want to do it, and it's for their best interest, and you have to do those things as the parent. And then I've had kids go to school, and the parents and the teachers tell them and say, no, you don't need to do that stuff. You don't need to listen. You just need to do this and need to do this. And it causes damage. Did they mean to do well? Maybe. I don't know. I'll assume that they were well-intentioned. But they did not have the best interest of my child at heart. So I would urge, at some point, 12 years old, that's just ridiculous. If there's a problem in the family, we probably need to deal with it some other way rather than just creating a blanket pass to undermine parental authority. Once again, with one more bill to undermine parental authority. I get it. This is just one more effort in the queue to undermine parental authority. But 16 is a reasonable number. I urge an aye vote on this amendment and call for division.
Is there further discussion on L34? Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wanting to follow up with a question related to the bill sponsor's statement about having vetted this through community, and just wondering what parental groups were on those stakeholding conversations. So it's 3 years ago. Were there parental groups? 5 years ago. Were there parental groups as part of that? Okay. And since then, have parental groups engaged around this at all, contacted you at all, and they're supportive of this? Because, no, not at all. So the parental, okay, thank you.
Is there further discussion on L34? Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very important right that our children have. We have a significant problem with our youth mental health right now. 39% of kids reported in the Healthy Kids survey that they were so depressed for 2 weeks or more that they weren't able to do their ordinary activities. That is close to 40% of our youth who are struggling with a major depressive episode in their high school and middle school experiences. We need to give them opportunity to access all of the behavioral health that they can. And through the I Matter program, we've been able to do that. We've been able to remove all the barriers to entry. Our kids are going to be healthier because of it. And as for parents, I can't go anywhere without a parent coming up to me and saying, thank you for that I Matter program. My son or my daughter engaged with it and they got the help that they need. And what's more important, when your youth self-determines that they want to have a therapeutic intervention, that is a much more successful therapeutic intervention than if you are forced into therapy. And this does not have anything to do, contrary to what others may say, with medical or with what your teachers say in class. This is simply a current law that I am asking we remain in place. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L34? All right, there has been a request for a division. Members, please return to your seats. Members, the question is the adoption of L34 to the Public Health Committee report of House Bill 1003. Division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the adoption of L34, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is completed. Okay, you can be seated. Now, all those opposed, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is completed. Okay, L34 is lost. We are back to the Public Health Committee report. Further discussion, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer Amendment move L024 to the committee report and F for House Bill 1003 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, 1 second, Representative. All right, the amendment is up on the screen. Go ahead to L24.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to point out to all my colleagues and everyone in the chamber that out of respect to the bill sponsor, I'm giving the bill sponsor a copy of this amendment, and it's being displayed. Out of respect to the bill sponsors, I've also talked about this amendment previously. And there was some clarifying information that was offered, which I do understand. But what I wanted to do in offering this amendment is just point out something that's very concerning to me. And oftentimes, we have many difficult subjects to speak of and speak to here. And sometimes the school districts don't get it right. The teachers don't get it right, the staff doesn't get it right, the faculty doesn't get it right. We even have cases where things are covered up in schools. Abuse, misuse, sexual abuse, improper relations between faculty and students. Those things are very heinous and unacceptable. In this particular committee report, and I'm going to go to it here and go back to the bill as well. And I offer this amendment not to be problematic. This is a sincere thing for me. This particular situation really goes to the core of what I think is most precious, and that's protecting our children from the most heinous of predators, which I would call child predators. And it's a problem. And for that reason, I'm concerned. But in this particular amendment, it has asked us to go to page 3, striking line 19. Now, this said substitute to the student's school. And I understand that the school and the bill sponsors made it very clear to me that the faculty, they have a responsibility to report these things. And the amendment actually speaks to who I think really needs to know about these terrible things. If the school, staff, or faculty fails in their obligations. So this talks to and I'm going to go actually to the bill now because we talk about to statute. In this case, in the bill, it mentions a statutory requirement, but then we substitute it, and that's 19.3.304. Colorado Revised Statute 19.3.304. Then we revise it in the committee report to speak to the school in general terms, to the student's schools, specifically in the committee report. And I understand that that's general, and there would be the appropriate staff, and the bill sponsor can probably inform me more of who specifically that is. But I also, if these things are happening, child abuse, to include sexual abuse, which is a subsection, I believe, of child abuse, that the County Department of Human Services and local law enforcement also are informed through this, and the Child Abuse Reporting Hotline, through the Child Abuse Reporting Hotline. So they can call a number and they can notify those folks that need to know. Now, maybe I'm overthinking this, and if I am, to the bill sponsor, I apologize. But I did think about this one, and this one really did kind of grab me. So I'll ask the bill sponsor to please clarify to me then if I'm misguided by this amendment.
Rep. Michelson Janae.
Mr. Chair, thank you. In this bill, there is already a process for which to report to the school, and the school is mandatory reporters. Mandatory reporters report to these agencies. There is no need for this amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L24. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L24 to the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it, and L24 fails. Back to the committee report. Is there further discussion on the committee report? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L012 to HB 01003 and ask that it be displayed.
Rep. DeGraff, can you restate the motion as to the committee report, please?
I sure can. I would like to move L012 for HB 1003 to the committee report.
Very good.
Ask
Please
that
go
it
ahead.
be displayed. Thank you.
It's displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you. All right. Colleagues, this is a little bit difficult with the committee report, but amend the Public and Behavioral Health and Services Committee report dated as such, page 1, after line 5, to the committee report, which is to the instructions. So we're talking about, for the next few lines, we're talking about to the bill. So page 4, line 5. So if you go to page 4, line 5 of the bill, line 5, asking that the will be changed to a may. So a participating school shall provide written notice to students' parents within the first 2 weeks of the school year that a mental health assessment may be conducted at the school instead of will be conducted. So now we're talking about making this a voluntary thing on part of the school as well. So within the first 2 weeks of the school year that a mental health assessment may be conducted at the school instead of will be conducted. Page 4, line 13. The if in line 13 and told whether, so it becomes a statement that the parent will be notified following any mental health assessment and told whether additional resources or services referrals are necessary to address the student's mental health concern. So again, a statement that the parent will be notified following any mental health assessment and told whether additional resources or service referrals are necessary to address the student's mental health concern. So the parents are not being, they're not being read in, they don't know what they are. It's just, hey, something happened. There is a need for further resources to address your students, your child's mental health concerns. Page 4, line 15 through 27, and then that carries over onto page 5, lines 1 through 4, striking those and substituting it with. So what it was saying followed is this statement must also state that this notification will only be provided to the student 12 years old or age or older if the child consents to the notification. So this isn't saying what that was for, just that it will be needed. A statement notifying the parent. And that's really just to have the parent be, to bring the parent in. As discussed earlier, at some point, you probably want the parent involved in addressing the child's mental condition. Otherwise, if it's a home issue, if there is a home issue, how are you going to change it if the parents aren't involved? So what this would change it to is, and substitute, a student mental health screening must be conducted only after a written recommendation from a parent of a student. As a result of a consultation, so that's B, so again, a student mental health screening must be conducted only as a result of a consultation between a parent of a student and a teacher or school psychologist who recommends to the parent of a student that a screening be conducted for the student, after which the parent provides written permission for the screening to occur. So again, the student mental health screening must be conducted only as a result of a consultation between a parent and a student and a teacher or a school psychologist who recommends to the parent of a student that a screening be conducted for the student, after which the parent provides written permission for the screening to occur. So again, we're trying to bring the parents into this conversation, because if you're looking to solve a home problem, you probably need the parents involved. A student mental health screening must be conducted only as a result of a consultation between a parent of a student and a local law enforcement official who recommends to the parent of a student that a screening be conducted, after which the parent of a student provides written permission for the screening to occur. Again, the parents don't know what's going on. They're just brought in and they're aware that the screening is going to occur. Because if you're going to address a home issue, then you need to have the parents involved. So a student mental health screening must be conducted only as a result of a consultation between a parent of a student and local law enforcement official who recommends to the parent of a student that a screening be conducted, after which the parent of a student provides a written permission for the screening to occur. So those three things, after a written recommendation from a parent or of a student, as a result of a consultation between a parent of a student and a teacher or school psychologist who recommends to the parent of a student that the screening be conducted for the student, after which the parent provides written permission for the screening to occur, or as a result of a consultation between a parent of a student and a law enforcement official who recommends to the parent of a student that the screening be conducted, after which the parents of a student provides written permission for that screening to occur. So again, with parental involvement, we're trying to put some safety barriers around this so that 12-year-olds, in seeking the mental health of an unaccountable bureaucrat, that we put some safeguards around those good intentions. Go to page 2 of the report. So going to page 2 of the green pages of the report, and that would strike lines 11 through 13, which say services and substitute services within the 24 hours after the student completes a mental health, and substitute in the bill, which would go to page 6, line 1, page 6, line 1, and strike which, and substitute within 24 hours after the student completes the mental health screening, whether the student needs additional mental health services. Once this determination is made, the screener must notify the parent of each student that is determined to need additional mental health services, and provide the student and the student's parents with information on mental health resources and services provided through iMatter, including how to apply for services through iMatter. And then on page 6, line 2, strike line 2. So again, we don't see the guardrails around parental engagement that are needed to solve a crisis in the home, to solve the issues of depression, whatever they might be, whether it was the suicidal tendencies from the created pandemic, or whether it's something a little bit more germane to high school, to school-age kids. We just want to see some more guardrails around this. We don't see that they're there. We're not doing this for just to stand up here. We want to see the guardrails. We want to see the parents' rights protected. We want to see the children's rights protected by having their parents' rights protected. So I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of L12? Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, members. I ask for a no vote. This program is already completely optional. It will only be available to schools who request it, and this further erodes children's rights to confidentiality. I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on L12? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really going to this one part here, that participating school, so I get it there, but an assessment will be conducted at the school. So if a school is participating, then they will be conducting a mental health. So they can't, it seems to be an all or nothing at this point. If they want to participate at some level, they will be conducting mental health assessments. That would be my clarification.
Is there further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L12 to the public health report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L12 fails. We are back to the question of the committee report. Is there further discussion on the Public Health Committee report to House Bill 1003? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. All right, the committee report is passed. All right, we are to the bill. The question is House Bill 1003. Is there any discussion? Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L023 to the bill and ask that it be displayed.
All right, one sec, Representative. All right, 23 is on the screen and in focus. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to come at this from a little bit different angle. Having worked a lot with schools, having seen a lot of the mental health issues that absolutely do exist in schools, that absolutely need resources, my school districts are screaming at me to do anything that I can to help them find resources. I completely understand the intention and the motivation behind this bill, because we absolutely do need to get more mental health resources to our schools, to our kids, to our communities. And so the one thing that sticks out to me is that in providing these mental health resources and these supports to our schools and to our kids, we need to make sure that this is being done in partnership with parents, with families, and with other support structures that also contribute into that holistic care for our kids. And so to make sure that we have that transparency and that partnership with parents, with families, with whoever else is involved in holistically trying to ensure that we're providing the best mental health care resources to our communities, to our schools, to our kids, is part of the reason why I'm bringing this amendment here, 023, which says that each participating public school shall publish on its website the mental health screening assessment provided to students, the parental consent form, policies and procedures, and any other material related to the mental health screening. So none of this information here in the amendment that is being provided is PII, or personally identifying information. This is just general policy and general structure around how these mental health screening tools are going to be administered. And I think that's very, very important because that brings community together, that brings schools together, that brings students and parents and school staff together so that everyone can holistically work on their piece of ensuring that students are receiving the mental health support and the mental health resources that they need. I want to read just a quick paragraph here that pertains to this concept that comes from stopbullying.gov. So that's a website that's run by the Federal Health and Human Services. And it talks about parental support being one of the most important protective factors for children and adolescents, and that parents and caregivers can take steps every day to strengthen connections with their children and recognize warning signs that their child may be struggling with. And then if these signs are present, then parents can contact a school counselor or other healthcare professional. And so again, I completely support the motivation of this bill. I just want to make sure that we're building integrated, holistic healthcare systems that look at all of the facets of supports to make sure that kids aren't getting care at school, or to make sure that kids, if they're getting care at school, well, then they leave school and then all of a sudden any additional care or conversations or dialogue or support that they're receiving after they leave that school environment then suddenly just falls off because there's no coordination or no synchronization. It was something that I saw a lot working in the community, during my 10 years of doing that, where issues that affected a family, that affected a student after school hours would of course bleed over into the next school day and would result in behavioral concerns. And so if that information that occurred after school hours didn't make its way back to school, then you were setting up the school, the teacher, the staff, the SRO, whoever it was, for having a problem that they didn't have all of the information to solve because something happened outside of school hours that they didn't have access to. And so I'm concerned with the 12-year-old being able to opt in but not be able to have any coordination with their parent. I'm concerned that we're setting up a similar situation in which that continuity of care is potentially jeopardized, in which you could have in the Army what we called synergistic effects, where care that's being received at school, because it's not completely deconflicted and synchronized with care that may be received outside of school, that care may unfortunately conflict or not be helpful. They may actually be clashing with each other. And so this amendment here, by saying that there's at least going to be a little bit of transparency and visibility as far as what sort of screening tools are being used, what the parental consent form looks like, the policies and procedures relating to those screenings. To me, that's something that's very important in making sure that we have holistic, synergistic, positive mental health care supports provided to our kids, and we're not setting up a situation where you have something that happens in school but then unfortunately isn't going to be able to be relayed to parents or folks outside of that school setting. And so then outside of that school setting, then you have a mental health care or physical health care system in which you now have care that's going in a separate direction, and that can't coordinate with stuff that's happening in the schools as a result of this screening tool, because a 12-year-old has the ability to effectively lock out their parents from being able to have much information about that. So having seen that personally, having seen something similar with my own kid, I mentioned the other day, he's a medically complex child where everything ties together. The physical health care, the mental health care, trying to get the doctors to talk to each other is incredibly difficult as it is. So in the pursuit of that absolutely critical goal of making sure that we have high quality mental health care resources available to our schools, to our students, I think an amendment like this is something that we absolutely should consider, because that amendment brings together a synchronized, holistic, synergistic approach to mental health care that does what it says here on stopbullying.gov, where it talks about parents being an absolutely critical component to ensuring that our kids' mental health care is taken care of. And that if we don't have that connectedness, to use stopbullying.gov's words, if we don't have that connectedness between family, peers, and school in mental health, substance abuse, bullying, things like that, if we don't have that connectedness, then we're setting ourselves up to where we've got a stovepiped system to where lots of good folks are trying to do lots of good works, but without something like this amendment that provides some transparency, unfortunately, they're going to be tripping over each other's feet, and that doesn't do our kids justice. So, in conclusion, we need more mental health care resources for our kids, for our communities. But we need to have synergistic, holistic mental health care so that parents, schools, kids, and therapists can all work together rather than being in their own little stovepipes where they can't coordinate with each other. So because of the transparency that this amendment advocates for, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L023 so that we can have that synchronization and that coordination in getting our kids the mental health care that they deserve. Thanks.
All right, is there further discussion to L23? Rep. Poltorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my colleague who offered this amendment, as I looked through the bill, I'd like to know exactly which page, line 10, and I want you to read exactly where this fits because I've been trying to figure this out. I think it's a good amendment. It really speaks to the holistic approach to a partnership between school faculty and administrators, between parents, between kids. And I really like the holistic approach of my colleague who has experience in law enforcement and has children that are school-age children and is a parent. So he has a very unique perspective on this. And I looked through the bill, and he may have to go talk to the legislative legal staff. And if he does have to do that, I can talk a little bit more about this particular amendment. And in doing that, I'm going to tell a story which is to the amendment, Mr. Chair, because I know you're going to question me, and you should, because oftentimes I even question myself. And I appreciate your leadership. Believe me, sir, I do.
Go ahead, Representative.
More than you'll ever know. But as we talk about using the web-based applications, it's actually a bridge so parents can know what's going on at the schools can know what's going on, and parents can interact with the school, and then kids also who are going to be potentially using this, not only when they're in the school going through the iMatters and the counseling that's offered by this bill, but what it does is it helps bridge the gap. When my kids were school-age kids, oftentimes there was a disconnect between the school, faculty, and staff, my children, and me and my wife, the parents. And there were so many times when the school wasn't letting us know what was going on. And we needed that bridging mechanism. And it was helpful when we had any tool and every tool to do that. So I think this web-based application is a wonderful idea, and I think it's part of that bridging mechanism that'll bring that together. And I think the amendment sponsor is going to be able to further clear any questions I have in my mind. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, there is a typographical error there in L023, so I would like to move Amendment L036 as a substitute to L023 and ask that L036 be displayed.
Okay, L36 has been moved as a substitute to 2336 is now up on the screen. Rep. Evans, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So two key changes to this amendment. The idea is basically the same. It's just we now have page 5 in there. The previous amendment did not have the page number to which this amendment applied. And then we just added one sentence at the end of this amendment, so that's lines 8 and 9, that just clarifies that what we're talking about here does not require the publication of any completed mental health screening assessments. So all of the completed information, of course, that's going to be protected as it should be protected, given that it does contain some sensitive information. This amendment is talking solely about the procedures, the policies before the amendment is, or excuse me, before the assessment is actually administered. So again, for all of the same reasons that we talked about before, having that holistic, having that synchronized approach to make sure that we're using all available tools to provide our students, our schools, our communities with good, holistic mental health care. I think this is an important amendment. And like I said, this is something that impacts my district. I have 5 different school districts in my House district, and all of them are asking for more support. All of them are telling me the woes of finding folks that can provide mental health care in schools, and the woes of finding mental health professionals that can then synchronize and coordinate with parents, with staff, across the full range of all of the different ways that our kids and our communities need resources. And so something like this amendment here that does provide that transparency, I think, is a critical step in making sure that we accomplish quality mental health care, but that we don't create stovepipes. We allow everybody to collaboratively work together to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for our schools, for our students, and for our communities. So I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L036.
All right, further discussion on L36. Rep Michelson Janae, to the amendment.
Thank you, members. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
All right, is there further discussion on L36? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L36 to the bill, to House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it. 36 is passed. 36 having been adopted, that disposes of the amendment for which it was substituted over. That brings us back to the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1003? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1003. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. 1003 is adopted. All right, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Concurrent Resolution 1002.
House Concurrent Resolution 1002 by Representative Marshall, also Senator Fields, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the expansion of eligibility for the property tax exemption for veterans with a disability to include a veteran who does not have a service-connected disability related to a 100% permanent disability but does have an individual unemployability status.
Well done, Mr. Schiebel. Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
I move House Concurrent Resolution 23, TAC 1002, please.
To the resolution. Go ahead to the resolution, Representative.
Colleagues, this is a follow-up on the bill that you saw, I think, about the second week in January. It's the companion resolution to the veterans tax exemption. Again, as a reminder, that bill initially came out 9-0 to committee, and we voted it through 62-1 here on the floor. What it does is it takes that group of veterans that inadvertently got left out of the property tax exemption because they have this individual unemployability status, which means they cannot work. They are total occupational impairment, and because of that, the VA pays them at the 100% VA disability rate, even though they don't have a rating at the 100% rate. But what happened is we put into the Constitution a definition of disabled veteran that said you had to be 100% permanent and total rated by the VA to receive the exemption. So this group of veterans, unfortunately, even though they cannot work, and veterans who are at 100% permanent and total may work and are in fact encouraged to work if they are capable, are getting the exemption, where these veterans are left out, and it's solely a definitional problem. The problem, unfortunately, though, is it's in the state constitution. So we have to run this companion concurrent resolution in order to put these veterans that are in this subcategory onto the same level playing field as their brothers and sisters that are at 100% permanent and total. It came out 9-0, this concurrent resolution from committee, and 10-0 out of appropriations, and I'm hoping for a unanimous approval of it. I have one holdout, and we will see what happens, but thank you.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on HCR 1002? Seeing none, the question is the adoption on second reading of HCR 1002. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. HCR 1002 is adopted. All right, Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title of House Bill 1012.
House Bill 1012 by Representative Amabile, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning issues related to juvenile competency to proceed.
Thank you. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee report and the bill, House Bill 1012.
Thank you, Rep. Amabile. For the record, we have committee reports from Judiciary and Appropriations. Can you please just make sure to move both of those?
Okay, I move the Appropriations report, the House Judiciary report, and the bill, House Bill 1012.
Very good. To the Approps report.
In Appropriations, the committee voted unanimously to approve the appropriation for this bill.
Thank you. Further discussion to the Appropriations report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to 1012. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the committee report from Judiciary.
Yes, in Judiciary, we added some amendments. We worked extensively with stakeholders on this bill all last year, all during the interim, and well into this session to get everybody to a good place. And we added a couple of amendments at the end, and I asked for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report to HB 1012. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. The Judiciary report is passed. To the bill, Rep. Amabile.
Thank you. So this bill just clears up some things within our juvenile competency to proceed statute. It establishes clear timelines. It clarifies who can speak to the competency reports and assessments. And it clears up some problems that were raised by the Colorado Supreme Court. And it came out of the committee unanimously. It came out of the interim committee on the treatment for persons with behavioral health issues in the juvenile and criminal justice system. And I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the adoption of House Bill 1012? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1012. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The smattering of ayes have it. 1012 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 96.
All right, seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order directly to hear Senate Bill 96. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title to Senate Bill 96.
Senate Bill 96 by Senators Roberts and Lundin, also Representatives Amabile and Soper, concerning policies relating to in-state tuition classification at state-supported institutions of higher education.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Education Committee report and the bill, Senate Bill 23-096, and ask for a yes vote.
All right, to the Education Committee report. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you. Please go ahead.
So in committee, we added an amendment that requires two things. First of all, that one of the research universities would have to report the number of students from the Colorado STEAM Scholars Program by county who qualify as a scholar. And then secondarily, we wanted to make sure that our big research universities like CU and CSU are actually going around the state to recruit for the Colorado STEAM Scholar Program, and that they actually have to go out to rural Colorado as well.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on the Education Committee report. Representative Bacon, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sponsors. I'd like to move Amendment L6 to the Education Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
All right, 1 second while we get it up on the screen. All right, L6 is displayed. Rep. Bacon, please go ahead.
Thank you. Members, I'd like to thank the sponsors and thank the stakeholders, particularly the University of Colorado system, for being able to entertain this. I'm sorry?
Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, thank you. No, no, no.
Okay. This just comes from a note that was in the bill, and it will not undo the premise. I'm a supporter of the bill. The bill, as amended at a committee, made a mention that for this program, we really wanted to urge the universities to not only recruit but retain our rural students, and I could not agree more. However, we also just wanted to make a note that there are different groups of students that have concerns about retention, and we just wanted to make it a little bit broader to say, in addition to focusing on recruiting from the four corners of the state, we also just want to see a similar effort made to retain all students on the scholarship that have disproportionately high retention issues. And so this is just a little bit more broader. It's an addition of a sentence just for that note, and I hope I can earn an aye vote.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on L6, Rep. Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and we ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on L6. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L6 to the Education Committee report of Senate Bill 96. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L6 is passed. All right, that brings us back to the committee report. Further discussion on the Education Committee report to Senate Bill 96. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Education report is passed. All right, to the bill, Senate Bill 96, Rep. Soper.
But shouldn't we describe the bill?
Go ahead.
Or Rep. Amable, or Rep. Soper. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because we spent a few minutes on the committee report, we actually didn't get to tell you what the bill does, and it seems only fair to the committee of the whole that we describe what the bill does. So it does a couple of things. Number one, it changes, so there's a 55-45 split for institutions, research institutions for in-state, out-of-state students. But we've created mechanisms to where students can count for a little bit more, like twice as much, if they're part of the Colorado STEAM Scholars Program. So enlarges the Colorado STEAM Scholars Program from 8% to 15% as the number. And then in doing so, it will allow the University of Colorado, for example, to have non-resident NCAA student athletes along with Peace Corps members, and then we've encouraged them. Oh, sorry, we took the athletes out. That's what I meant to say, is we took the athletes out. So it's Peace Corps, not athletes. Make that very clear. And that's what the bill does.
Rep. Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill started for me with a constituent who wanted Peace Corps returnees to be able to receive in-state tuition. And then it got added to this other bill, and this is a good bill, and it's going to help our higher ed institutions recruit more in-state students, and I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 96, Rep. Bottoms.
Yeah, this is not in agreement or disagreement with the bill. This is just coming back to what I usually come back to, is there's not a need for a safety clause here. I mean, there's nothing in the bill that has to do with the safety clause, and so I'd like to move Amendment L005, have it displayed.
All right, 1 second. We'll get the amendment on the screen. All right, Rep. Bottoms, go ahead.
That is what I had to say. Let's take safety clause off, put a petition clause in, and I think this. I think we've got to stop using the safety clause. We're not using it for what it's designed for, so we have to push back against that. Thank you.
All right, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, I'd be in full support of a petition clause. However, in this particular instance, this is actually an appropriate use of the safety clause because of the preservation of budgets and the ability for our institutions of higher ed to be able to work in their budget, the Colorado STEAM Scholars Program, and then to be able to go out to rural Colorado to start marketing for different scholarships and being able to let members of the Peace Corps know. So that's why it's appropriate, is for the budgetary aspect, and so we would ask for a no vote.
All right, is there further discussion on L5? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L5 to Senate Bill 96. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All right, all those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. L5 is lost. We're back to the bill. Senate Bill 96. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 96. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 96 is passed. That brings us back in order to 1186. Mr. Shebel, kindly read the title of House Bill 1186.
House Bill 1186 by Representatives Lindsay and Judah, also Senators Exum and Jaquez Lewis, concerning remote participation in a residential eviction filed in county court.
Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1186 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Judiciary Committee report.
Properly moved to the Appropes report.
In appropriations, we simply formalize the appropriation reflected in our fiscal note. That's it.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to 1186. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. The faint ayes have it. The Appropes report is passed. To the Judiciary Committee report, Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we added 2 amendments. One pushes back the effective date to January 1st, 2024, and the other requires that documents filed with the court electronically be done so through e-filing instead of regular old email, so that there will be a better mechanism to automatically keep track and record correspondence in connection with these proceedings.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report to House Bill 1186. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. The Judiciary report is passed. To the bill, Rep. Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill, honestly, it's a great bill. It maintains remote participation in eviction hearing processes. The reason this is important is because obviously COVID threw a lot of this off, and we want to make sure that folks have the ability to have this option to remote into their eviction hearings to avoid default judgment. And it's important because things like transportation, childcare, how far they are in terms of maybe rural districts to the courthouse gives grace to these folks, and again prevents them from getting on a path to homelessness.
Thank you, Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you. This bill allows all parties in an eviction proceeding to choose how to participate, whether that be in person or remotely. It also allows all parties to submit documents electronically rather than having to go to the courthouse. It allows a reasonable time for people to reconnect if they are disconnected virtually, and failing that, will reschedule the hearing in person as soon as possible. This bill will also just basically support court processes and effective use of government resources. When we did our fiscal note, there was a number that was brought up that estimates an additional 7,826 individuals will participate in eviction proceedings because of this bill. It cannot be considered a thorough or fair process when 40% of the people aren't even participating. So let's give regular non-lawyer folks a chance to participate and navigate this legal process as best they can, especially when it comes to something as fundamental as the roof over their head. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on House Bill 1186? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House... Oh, sorry. Rep. Luck to 1186? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to put on the record that I was speaking to some stakeholders about this offline, out of committee, and there was a statement made that this bill, because there cannot be a default judgment entered against the party that does not appear electronically, and that there has to be another week scheduled, another hearing scheduled 1 week after. It was alerted to me that in part that was the intention of one of the stakeholders, was to provide tenants with that opportunity to have that additional week. So I did just want to put that on the record, that conversation I had offline. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1186? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1186. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. 1186 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, kindly read the title to House Bill 1067.
House Bill 1067 by Representatives Young and Bradfield, also Senator Cutter, concerning creation of a family and community intervenor program to support children experiencing deafblindness.
Thank you. Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And also with you, Representative McNamara Young, on this fine St. Patrick's Day. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I move the appropriations report and committee report and House Bill 23-1067.
All right, to the appropriations report.
In appropriations, they appropriated us some money and less than our original fiscal note, $130,092, and that is what happened.
All right, further discussion on the appropriations report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it. The appropriations report is passed. Now, Rep. Young, just for the record, could you just specify the name of the committee whose report you're moving? We just want a clear record up here. Please go ahead.
Yes, I am speaking to the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee.
Sorry, Rep. Young, could we just hear you say I move the Public Health Committee report?
The Public and Behavioral Health
All right.
Committee report.
Thank you. We're getting guidance to just keep it tight up here. Please go ahead to the committee report.
In essence, what we did in committee was change how we were going to have this managed, which resulted in a reduced fiscal costs, and also highlighted that there would be coordination between this intervenor program and other state agencies.
Thank you. Further discussion to the Public Health Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Public Health Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, the Public Health Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill will help approximately 175 children that are right here in the state of Colorado. They're aged birth to 21, who are deaf and blind. And this program will hire an intervener to support the children and their families with the deafblindness to have better access to communication. Children with deafblindness do not have the same visual or hearing cues to navigate their environment as we do, and thus they need to have services that help them establish ways that they can be successful. This program will be run through the Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, Deafblind, and that is a part of the CDPHE, who will hire a program manager to direct services to eligible children and their families. Now, where is the money coming from? The program will be funded through the Colorado Telephone Users with Disabilities Fund, TUDF. And that is a monthly tax fee put on your cell phone bill, and at the current time, it is 6 cents a month. To run the program, the commission is requiring that we about $130,000 for this year, and we will talk about fiscal year next time. All of these expenditures come from this disability fee. Thank you. We urge an aye vote on House Bill 1067.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1067? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1067. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. 1067 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 68.
Senate Bill 68 by Senators Pelton R. and Exum, also Representatives Lukens and Puglisi, concerning modifications to the operations of a public hospital board of trustees created by a board of county commissioners.
Thank you, Rep. Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 68.
All right, there are no committee reports to the bill. Rep. Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill positively impacts the operation of 4 rural hospitals in rural Colorado. On a technical level, this bill specifies that a hospital board needs the approval of the Board of County Commissioners before incurring indebtedness, only if the repayment of indebtedness is dependent on tax money received for hospital purposes from the Board of County Commissioners. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill. It passed unanimously out of Senate Local Government and Housing and passed on the Senate consent calendar last month. And it has strong bipartisan support. We urge an aye vote.
Thank you.
Or
Further discussion on Senate Bill 68. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 68. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 68 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we rise and report.
Seeing no objection and a little bit of celebration to boot, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1003 is amended, 1008 is amended, 1012 is amended, 1067 is amended, 1183 is amended, 1186 is amended, 1196 is amended, 1232, and House Concurrent Resolution 1002 passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 68 and 96 is amended, passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Weissman. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1003 to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L21 to House Bill 1003 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1003 as amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
My goal with this is to put normal sunset timeframes that are put on most bills. This bill already had one on it. It was taken off. I don't understand that. And if it's a good bill, leave it on. If it's a bad bill, hide it and take it off. So I'm asking an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Velasco, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Velasco votes no. Herod is excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 42 no, and 6 excused, the Bottoms Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first DeGraff Amendment to House Bill 1003 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L23 to House Bill 1003 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1003 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting L023 to HB 23-1003 and show that the amendment passed and that HB 23-1003 is amended as passed, and ask that it be displayed.
And Representative DeGraff, you can move for the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. It is properly displayed. Would you like to withdraw?
I would withdraw my amendment motion.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report for House Bill 1003.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L32 to House Bill 1003 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1003 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
All right, see if I can do it right this time. Move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following L032 to HB 23-103 and show that the amendment passed and that HB 23-1003 was amended as passed. And this was just to change the age to 18 in correspondence with the status of being a minor.
And Representative DeGraff, thank you. I just need for you to move for the adoption of the DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole
I
report.
move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole. How's that? Oh. Okay, I thought I did. I move the DeGraff amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following L032 to HB 23-1003 and show that it passed and that HB 23-1003 did in fact pass.
Thank you. Your motion, thank you for the motion. The amendment is properly displayed.
And I ask for a yes vote on this amendment to show that we recognize that the age of a minor would be 18 and not, a juvenile would be 18 and not 12.
Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you, members. I ask for a no vote. This would be very, very harmful to our youth.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Velasco, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Velasco votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 42 no, and 6 excused, the DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Puglisi amendment to House Bill 1003 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moves to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Puglisi amendment, L34 to House Bill 1003, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1003 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L34 to the Committee of the Whole and asked it to be displayed.
The motion should be the Puglisi amendment.
Okay. I move.
If you want to restate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Puglisi amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to just take one more shot at this one. This was to strike 12 years old and put in 16-year-olds. I'm not going to restate all of my arguments about why my 11, almost 12-year-old should not be making these decisions for herself and why I should not be kept out of this process. But there was a comment that was made about medical really doesn't have anything to do with this bill, and I respectfully disagree. My daughter's medical issues absolutely affect her mental health. The fact that she doesn't feel like she's like other girls her age absolutely affects her mental health. The fact that she feels different absolutely affects her mental health. And what I have seen in the last month where I've been trying to get her mental health resources is a lack of access, which I think we need to talk more about, and not cutting parents out of the equation. It's really about making sure there are mental health resources available to children in these age groups and helping the parents and empowering parents to get those mental health resources. It took me over a month to find a mental health provider for my daughter. She only wanted to do in-person. She didn't want to do virtual. She's tired of virtual anything. She really just wants to talk to a person, and that's incredibly hard to find, even in Colorado Springs. And then on top of that, because there aren't that many providers, it was really difficult to find someone that took my insurance, and so my only option is private pay, and that is the way that I got my daughter the resources that she needs. So again, cutting parents out of the equation is not the answer. I do agree we have an issue. I do agree it needs to be solved, but I don't want parents to not be involved, especially for my 11, almost 12-year-old who thinks she knows everything and knows not a lot of anything. So thank you, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also ask for an aye vote on this amendment. With a son who had dealt with chronic pain for many years, I think I mentioned this before, lost about 50 pounds when he was 15 and then ended up having to have surgery. At one point he had to have They couldn't figure it out, and so they sent him to psychiatric, not psychiatric, but they sent him to an individual to talk through, see if there's any issues, psychologist, whatever. And one of the things that we found out just in passing, and it's good that we were involved, is that a psychologist told him that this is all in your head, and you're doing this to hurt the people who love you. And if we had not been involved in his care, that would have been the extent of what he knew. And if you think that chronic pain won't send you into a dark despondency, and then you tell a kid that you're imagining this, and you're only imagining this to hurt the people that you love, or that love you, that became a very, very dark place. And if we hadn't known about that, we would not have been able to deal with that. I don't know why the psychologist told him that. I just know the psychologist did tell him that. And it's very important to have parental involvement. Now, maybe the psychologist needed to go to a psychologist and work out some issues there. I don't know. But it's very dangerous to have the parents cut out of this. So I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Representative Puglisi brings a great amendment. I think 16 is definitely better than 12. My 12-year-old can't even tell me what he wants for breakfast or wear matching socks half the time. I don't know what that says about me as a parent, but it says a lot about a 12-year-old not being very competent to do certain things. There's a reason 16 is the age which you are allowed to drive. There's a reason 18 is the age in which you're allowed to vote. My oldest had to go to mental health therapy. He was distraught after the loss of our daughter. We were involved in that process, and as a family, we made some serious gains because as a family, we were involved in the process. And I just think 16 is the right or a better age to go about this than 12. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Representative Michelson-Janae, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again, members, urge for a no vote. This erodes the rights of children to speak for themselves. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Puglisi Amendment to House Bill 1003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Can you remind me of the question? I apologize.
Representative Ortiz, the question before us is the adoption of the Puglisi Amendment to House Bill 1003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Velasco.
No.
Representative Velasco votes no. Representative Amabile is excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 41 no, and 7 excused, the Puglisi Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Taggart Amendment to House Bill 1008 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart Amendment L6 to House Bill 1008 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1008 as amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Taggart Amendment L6 to HB 23-1008 and ask that it be displayed.
To the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Taggart, Representative Taggart. Sorry for that.
That's okay. I just again want to say that I very much support this particular bill, with the exception of sections 3 and 4. Sections 3 and 4 put the burden of funding on individuals that travel for business and businesses. There is no need to put this on small business and individuals. We just yesterday heard a forecast that this next year that we could have an expansion of dollars available to us to the degree of several $100,000. Small business and individuals can no longer take additional costs put on their business. They're still trying to recover from COVID, and there is just no need. And I would again state what I said before. If we're going to put this on small business, are all 65 members of this House willing to do the same thing when it comes to our own per diem? Because that per diem is also built around meals. And I, for one, think we ought to give it up if we're going to ask businesses to do the same thing. Thank you.
Representative Taggart, I need for you to restate your motion. Unfortunately, we didn't get it quite right. You need to move for the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
I move the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, Amendment 06 to House Bill 23-1008.
Thank you, Representative Taggart. I appreciate that. Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
As Representative Taggart stated, if you listen to the economic forecast that we received yesterday, we have more than enough revenues that we can actually fund this program. And I like this program. It's a good program, but it's funded wrong. It needs to be funded out of our general fund. I reference you to go to the economic forecast from the Legislative Council staff yesterday, which is consistent with the Governor's Office of Budget and Planning. And what you're going to find on page 27 and 28, it's going to talk about the excess revenues that are going to be left over from our budget in the years 23, 24, and 24, 25. And if we did nothing further through this budget cycle, you have the potential of having 1.01 potential excess revenues. That's below the refund, Tabor refund cap that we can utilize to keep this government propped up, and we don't have to do it on the backs of businesses. We have the money. Let's support this program. Let's fund it. Let's pass this amendment. Let's fund it out of the general fund. And I'm encouraged that you can get substantial support for this bill if we do it that way. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Wilson? Representative Weissman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I did in second reading, I'm going to ask for a no vote. And I'm going to say a little bit more about why this time. What we're doing in this bill as amended through the committee process, we are creating new tax credits for businesses, for retailers, for distributors, for basically the business of agriculture. The Rocky Mountain Farmers Union is in support of the bill. The Farm Bureau, bigger farmers, is in support of the bill. The Colorado Petroleum Marketers Association is registered in support of the bill. They represent, the gas stations with the convenience store. That's exactly the kind of place that we're trying to incentivize to be able more readily to retail healthy food by acquiring a cold case and the other things that I spoke of. There's one organization, registered in opposition to this bill. For whatever it's worth, veering a little bit past businesses. Academy of Family Physicians are supporting. The Catholic Conference is supporting. The Nonprofit Association is supporting. The Public Health Association is supporting. Mental Health Colorado is supporting. Lutheran Advocacy Ministry is supporting, because we have work to do in making food available around our state, particularly now. We are over the snap cliff and we are falling toward the ground day by day, particularly now with inflation having been running at the way that it has been running over the last number of years. Sometimes members come down here and squarely anchor what they're doing in representing their district. I want it to be really clearly understood that is what I'm doing right here with this bill. My district includes one of the poorest 10 zip codes in the state. I walk around, I go door to door, I talk with people, I know what that is. This is the first bill I introduced this year because I spent a lot of the summer hearing from people how challenging it is in North Aurora just for people to have enough to eat. In this country, this year, as wealthy as we are, we should not allow that. And I wish this one bill were going to fix all of that. It won't. There's no one bill that's going to fix that. But we had, I think, a very thoughtful bipartisan bill last year that did the things I've described, and I'm seeking here to build on that. And yes, I'm seeking also to balance that out with the decoupling that we're talking about for the sake of the bigger fiscal picture that we all have to deal with. Some things were alluded to earlier, other deductions, slippery slopes. We're doing one thing in this bill. There are a whole ton of deductions, particularly if you have a good accountant or a tax lawyer, that you can avail of if you are operating a business from small to large. Mileage, we're not touching that. Other business costs, website, advertising, everything, we're not touching any of that. My constituents, most of them don't get to do this. They're working 3-4 jobs trying to make rent in a city that you will find on a top, pick your number, 20, 30, 40, 50. One of the cities nationwide, not statewide, nationwide, where the cost of rental housing has gone up the most sharply, in the last 10 years or so. My constituents, respectfully some of yours too, are getting squeezed. I just want people to be able to eat healthy food. This is a small step in that direction. I am asking this legislature to agree that we should do that, and that yes, we have to find a way to pay for it. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. As I said before, it's important to say it again here. You still get the business meals deduction. You still get, depending on your bracket, you get 37 cents on the dollar back from the feds for that deduction. Our tax rate is 4.4. And what we're doing here is supporting small business in my community and yours. Please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Bachenfeld, this is your second time to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned before, this is a good bill. I don't disagree with a thing that my colleague, Representative Weissman, stated. I agree. He has a district that probably will benefit from this bill. We can do this. Small farms can benefit from this bill. We can do this. But what my colleague didn't argue was why it needs to be funded on the back of businesses when we have enough general fund to pay for this program ourselves. And we can do this. We can pass this bill and accomplish everything that he said he needs to accomplish. Now, I've heard comments made in the previous debate, well, what if there's a recession? Well, let me read something to you that was stated yesterday by the governor's economist. The risk of a recession is still elevated, but the state would be well positioned to weather it. We have a governor who has proudly gone around this state and stated, this state is well reserved and well funded. If you will go to page 27 in this economic budget forecast, we have the potential to roll over from budget year 23-24 to year 24-25, $628 million. And then we accumulate another $383 million in budget year 24 and 25. Folks, that's $1.01 billion. This state can fund this program without doing it on the backs of businesses. And that's all that Representative Taggart has asked with this amendment. Is he asked that you not do it on the back of businesses? Why do you want to hurt businesses? Even if there was an economic downturn, that's the worst time in the world that you'd want to hurt businesses, increase their state taxes. So I'm still asking for an aye vote on this amendment. It's not necessary to do it on the backs of the businesses. We can handle this.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again want to say I am in total support of this bill and what it's trying to accomplish. I too come from a district that is not wealthy whatsoever, and if it were not for our food bank as well as programs at a school level, we would have many people in Grand Junction that would go hungry. Not to mention the fact that we have a large agricultural community around us that I want to support. But this amendment is strictly about sections 3 and 4. The business community does not need to pay for this, and as well individuals. The cost of individuals today that travel to do business, and many of them are commissioned sales representatives, have seen the cost of inflation, gasoline at a minimum. And we don't need to put any more burden on them when we have the dollars to do this. So please, I ask your support on this amendment. We can fund this. We don't need to put this on business and traveling independent individuals.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, too, support this bill. And I do support the amendment to the bill. But thank you, colleagues, for your help. I really appreciate you. Almost as much as I appreciate Madam Speaker. Just let y'all think about that for a little bit. Now, what I want to tell the caucus, my caucus, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is agricultural business is small business. My mom and pop farms and ranches are small business. My multi-generational farms and ranches are small business. They run diversified operations, usually 1 or 2 or 3 crops, and you have to, and or cattle, and guess what you have to do with your commodities? It's called farm to market. Because if you keep them on the farm, how do you survive? You have to move your commodity. You have to move your product. You need help in moving that. And oftentimes, with respect to how you fund, how you market, how you fund, you deliver. Now, I'm going to give you one example, and I'll make it short, Madam Speaker, because I know time is very important today. And I understand it's St. Patrick's Day, and we all have things to do, and everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day, and there's all kinds of parties tonight and all kinds of fun things that we need to do today.
To the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, Madam Speaker. But I want to point out something. Let's say you're a seed stock producer and you raise bulls. And you sell your bulls to other livestock producers. And you have to deliver those bulls after sale all over a 5-state region. This is a real story, ladies and gentlemen. This really happens in cattle country. And guess what spring is? Bull sale time. This is the time we sell bulls. And I won't go into why, and I won't go into what happens this coming summer. But we have to raise cattle. And bulls are a very important part of that cow and calf production cycle. In fact, without them, you can't be in the business. But I know people, neighbors, friends, and I've done this myself, that have to haul those bulls. And guess what? One of your biggest expenses after the auction is your transportation, and you have to eat along the way. And people will spend over a month or 2 just delivering bulls to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states all over the western United States to those buyers. These write-offs are important for my ag producers. That's a real expense and a significant expense to my cow-calf and my seed stock producers as they travel, or their spouses travel because they're home tending to the cattle, or the spouse is home tending to the cattle while the other spouse travels, or their adult children are doing this, or they have a combination of many ways of doing this to get those bulls delivered before summer turnout. If you think this is just a little thing, it's just a little ankle biter, don't worry about it. We're just going to take a little nibble off a small business to support these feed banks. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, it's just your state tax component, not your federal tax component. Don't worry about it. Come on, you're feeding people. Agriculture is already feeding people. That's what we do. We don't need to be affected by unfavorable legislation that affects current tax law. It's not fair to us. It's just not right. Particularly when my colleague says you don't need to do it. You don't need to do it to us. It's not what you do for us, urban Colorado. It's what you do to us that really hurts the people that I'm here to represent. And all I can tell you is I'll go back to my district this weekend and there you go again. They did it to us again. Madam Speaker, I am for this amendment. I am for the bill, but I am not for infringing upon the fabric of business, small, medium, or large, and taking bites and nibbles away from us post-COVID pandemic because you think we got all that kind of extra money and it's just a little nibble off our heel. It's not okay, Colorado. I strongly encourage you to think about my words because they're sincere, they're honest, and they're real. And I would love to go back to my district this weekend and tell them, look what my urban cousins have done to help us close the rural-urban divide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to serve with you.
Privileged to serve with you as well.
Thank you. It's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. How far are we in that stack? We just keep adding them. You just keep adding them. Just one more straw. It's wafer thin. Just a little bit more. When is it enough? We have lots of good intentions, but we're short on good ideas. Why don't we turn the economy loose?
Representative DeGraff, specifically to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague brought up that we need this for food supply. We need this because housing is expensive and energy is expensive. And inflation has crippled the economy. So this is, whether this bill is a good idea or not, this bill is papering over bad legislation.
Representative DeGraff, we're speaking to the amendment. Thank you.
Well, yes, ma'am. We're trying to see, do we want to add more load onto, what I'm trying to make the point of is that we need to solve these problems not by just looking and saying, I've got a good idea, let me put it on somebody else's back. Always we're putting it on somebody else's back, and in this case we're putting it on the back of small business. Just one more time. We can deal with the inflation. We can deal with the supply chain. We have to do that. We can deal with housing. If you want housing to come down, if you want housing costs to come down, that is going to help the constituents that my colleague referred to. Bring your energy costs down. Energy is everything. Energy is the food of the economy. So if you want to bring these down, if you want to bring these costs down in a substantial way, don't piecemeal it like this and keep adding it on some, because this is not going to keep up with inflation. This is not going to keep up with the devaluing of currency. This is not going to catch the supply chain up that's 2 years behind. This is not going to solve any of those problems. But what it is going to do is it's going to add a little bit more to the back of business, to the person, and it's going to add a little bit more. My colleague said, well, if you have some, good tax attorneys, if you have some good accountants, they can help you get around these things. Well, what kind of gamesmanship are we encouraging here? Are we trying to feed somebody, or are we trying to feed communities, or are we trying to fund accountants? So we have so not only do the businessmen now have to keep track of all these meals, lest the 87,000 agents with guns come after them, they have to try to get around them with the accountants. They have to hire more accountants, and we have to play this entire game, this entire cat and mouse game. Why don't we just get the government off the back of the economy, let the economy grow, let people have jobs, and if you really want to make a substantial difference, instead of poking around to try to solve 1/10,000th of a problem, what you need to do is you need to unleash the economy by, be careful here, by not restricting the energy.
Representative DeGraff, back to the amendment, please.
Well, ma'am, I am speaking to the amendment because this amendment, we're adding to business to try to solve a problem that legislation has created. So if you want to solve the problem, deregulate your energy. Let it run. But don't poke at it like this and then just keep adding it on top of business and expect them to not break. So you can make the change. You can solve the problems. You're not going to solve it like this. I urge a yes vote on this amendment so we get the legislative foot off the neck of business, and then we go to solving the actual problem by solving it with the tools that we have. I urge a yes vote, and I really urge getting a grip on our spending and the way we're doing business. The people, they do not work for us. We work for them. And we need to stop looking at them like piggy banks to fund our good intentions. Thank you.
The question before us is the adoption of the Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Velasco, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Velasco votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 38 no, and 10 excused, the Taggart Amendment is lost. Seeing no further amendments, the question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Velasco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Velasco votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 15 no, and 10 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, March 20th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, March 20th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.